So I spent about $900 on today's sound system and microphone. And I will be unboxing it and setting it up. And clearing off space. Here's the microphone. The SM7B, Shure, legendary vocal microphone. This is the one everyone uses. Today I will be unboxing the Shure SM7B microphone. This is the microphone that all of the professionals use. And I'll also be unboxing the Yamaha sound mixer MG12XU. That's a 12 input. It's a 12 input sound mixer board, and it has built-in sound effects as well, and USB to computer technology. And I have a bunch of other pieces of equipment for the sound system. This is the preamps. This is for the preamp. This is the preamp. We'll unbox the. I'll unbox the microphone first, just to see. There. Sure. I bought this so you all could hear me better on my podcast. so this was a $400 microphone. This is the $400 version, which is basically the best. It's the one that all of the podcasters and everyone uses. So, open the box. Oh, we have the foam screen. And lift this up. Lift that up. There's the microphone in there. Seems good. I like the packaging. I'm gonna put this over there, where I'm gonna put this right here, where it will not be disturbed. And now for the Yamaha MG12XU. How does this thing open? Let me see. I'm thinking at the top. Wait. No. Does it? There should be like a flap. Right? How about the bottom? How's the bottom look? I see flaps. At the bottom. Do we have flaps at the top? Any type? This is, I feel like this is permanently glued here. Hold on. I wonder if we're supposed to open this from the bottom. So this is just glued on there, and this is all one piece. So I think maybe the side, let me look at this. Is there a flap here? Maybe we're gonna open up? No, I don't think. I think it's just cut all the way at the all the way off the hold on. I think I got it. It's this. Yeah, I think I actually figured it out. At least I hope that's it. Okay. I'm trying to keep the box integrity right. Is that right? That might not be right. Okay. Yeah, it is. So this comes up like that. The accessories are in the opposite end of the box. What does that mean? Oh, here we go. I got it open. Accessories are contained in the opposite end of the box. Okay, we finally got the box open without knocking anything important over and avoiding styrofoam contact. I can already smell it. Here it is. Wow. Wow. There it is. The Yamaha. It's MX12, right? No, MG12XU. That's that sound system. The Yamaha MG12XU. It has 12 inputs. There's 12 inputs, and there's a bunch of good stuff. Okay. Now, resisting the urge to just play with this thing. Okay. I'm gonna move this Super Nintendo. I'm gonna move the PlayStation 1. Just move it like that. And the PlayStation 2 shall be moved. Shall be moved. Okay. There. The sound system fits on one of these tables. That's cool. That's really cool. I'm gonna get the PlayStation 1 out of here so there's no confusion. Give me a box for this thing. Oh, I'll just put it on top of the PS3. Yeah, he says that they say there's electronics on the opposite end of this. Alright, let's see. Right. Sure. Okay. That's cool. Here's the instruction booklet to a sound mixer. It's pretty good. And the power thing. Now, let's open up the last piece. This preamp. Oh wow. There. There's the preamp. it feels like I need to build it like it's building a computer. It's not that complicated. Right, it's just a box with another box in it. But I'm gonna set these up tonight on live stream. The Scarlett Solo preamp. The SM7B microphone. The one everybody uses. $400. And then hours after I bought this for $400, it went on sale for $350. And that is Deep State trying to mess with me. They're just trying to get me to send it back and complain. I'm not complaining. Oh, by the way, the last time we spoke, I said that the mixer, this mixer was $200, and it's actually $400. So I spent about $900 on the microphone, and well, I probably spent over $1,000 on all of it. When you add it up. And what I'll do is I'll clean this off and make sure it's real ready for the mixer. There. It's just a sound mixer, man. It's cool. You guys can see me use it. Okay. What else do we got? Now we're gonna have the other unboxings. Oh. The other thing I bought many things. I actually bought, because I bought this sound system and the microphone, I actually bought a Stratocaster guitar and a bass guitar as well. And I bought a djembe drum. And I bought a distortion pedal. We have the wah pedal. The wah pedal. Because I used to play bass guitar in a band in high school, and I also play lead guitar. So I had the guitars and the distortion and the wah pedals and all that stuff. I ordered those in it. So I figured if we have the sound system and we have all these inputs, then we might as well hook the guitars up to it like I always wanted to. You know, I always wanted to play really awesome guitar. Not that badly, but you know, I was like, yeah, if we get around to it, I'll try. And I always thought that I would have a good guitar first, and then like a good amp, and then good distortion. It actually went backwards. I got into the computers, and then for my computer show, yeah. So the way I ended up with these guitars is, I was working on my computers, and I got those computers right, and then I started the show, and I got the show right, and now I need the microphones. So I got the soundboard, and it was like, I might as well just buy some guitars, like I always wanted to, with the distortion and the thing. And I also bought a lifetime license for that music program everyone uses. Okay. That means when I create my own video game, I can make the music. I might actually create the music to my own video game that I'm going to create. Like the way I made Fire Majory Guru and the way I made this show, this live show and stuff, the way I have a vision, and then it eventually gets done. It's a very, it's an unbelievably eventually it gets done process. Okay. Oh, here's the other thing I wanted to show you. I got some headphones here. So we're gonna unbox some headphones. These headphones have like 2 cords on them, and I wanted really, yeah. These headphones apparently have different types of cords. Let's see how cheap they are. Apparently they feel. Is it right? Wow. We'll see. Okay, this is what I wanted. This is what I want. This jack. We're gonna leave these in here in the box. But this is the jack. So this is how I'm gonna jack in. Oh, and you can jack directly in, I think. Right. From jack to jack. Interesting. Okay. So I have headphones for the sound system now, specifically for, you know, dedicated headphones now for the sound system monitors and whatnot. What's next? Oh yeah. I bought this cable. This is a 20-foot, 1/4 inch patch cable, I think. Audio instrument cable. GLS. This was the highest rated in the world. So, I can actually just plug this into the audio mixer and into the headphones if I want to. But that's why I bought this, was for some really good sound. And I had the 2 guitars coming to me in the mail. It's gonna be really cool. With the distortion pedals and all the kit. Oh, and an amplifier. I bought a really nice amplifier. I was gonna get computer speakers too, but I just went with the amplifier, and it's gonna amplify. So I need one of these. But this can stay with the headphones for now. What I'll do is I'll put them on here, I guess, so we don't keep so we can keep track of things. These XLR cables. These XLR cables are pro-graded. They have oxygenless copper. There you go. 15-foot XLR cables with oxygenless copper. Those are for, you know, the sound system. And what else do we have next? Oh, these are glass slides for the guitar. That's cool. Apparently it's like a little set of, I hope my fingers fit in these. Maybe they don't. Yeah, it's like a set of finger picks and glass slides for guitar. And picks. It's all the different types of guitar picks that you can play with, and different glass slides. There's a glass slide, a brass, a metal slide, and a brass slide, and then the glass. for the. I also bought a djembe drum, and I also bought DJ turntables. Really cool on the spin video screens. Awesome. What we have here is a Crybaby wah-wah pedal. This is a wah pedal. Pedal for your guitar. This is my new wah pedal. Wow, that's cool. Well, that's all you need in a guitar. So the wah pedal, the distortion, and the guitars are coming together. I'm gonna put this in the back of the box. We're gonna let the wah pedal sort of hang out right there. Okay. These are little 6-inch 1/4 patch cables. I think that's what they're called. I don't think they're called patch cables. I don't know. It's just these things. It's just a bunch of little these things, and you hook distortion pedals for the guitar together. These things. You need at least one. This has got to be the distortion pedal chain. Yeah, it's a chain of 9-volt power adapters for your chain of guitar distortion pedals. Another XLR cable. Just whichever cable sounds nicest gets used. And then the rest are sort of backup or other patch things in. Here's the mic stand. The Shure desktop mic stand. This is the compact one. Are you sure? No, I'm not sure. On the microphone, yes, I'm sure. On the stand, I'm only compact sure. I'm low profile sure. It is. It's a heavy. This thing is heavy. Yep, it's a heavy microphone stand. I'm gonna just put it right over there. Well, I don't know where I'm gonna put it. I'll put it right here. Heavy microphone stand. Yeah. This is a microphone and a microphone stand that I'm gonna touch like once. I'm gonna touch this like once when we set it up, and then it should just be good. So, microphone stand. You can just assume it goes like that. It's a way for the microphone to be on a stand. And this thing is so heavy. I was sort of hoping it would be this heavy. And it is. And is it ever that heavy? There you go. I know how to work stand fairly well. This thing is scary how cheap it is. I don't, there we go, okay, I hit myself in the head with it, face with it for the first time. This thing's just gonna hold it like that, pretty much. Basically like that. So I'm gonna put that there. And then I'm gonna move things. Now that the unboxing is done, I'm gonna put the knife away. But I'm telling you, today we're getting two guitars. A Stratocaster lead guitar and a bass guitar. And a distortion pedal and a wah pedal. And an amp. An amp that goes with the guitars. And I'm getting a djembe drum. And all of the different types of drumsticks that they have. Every single type of drumstick that they make. With all the different sounds. Because I'm going to make a video game, we're going to have to do our own sound. So I really went all out on the sound system. However, for now, before we start making music, and I do have a really expensive guitar that I'll show you all now. No, we'll get around to it. It's one of the rarest field guitars ever made. We have one of those that we will hook up to this sound system once I learn how to use it and figure it all out and learn it all. I'm gonna go wash my hands, because I always do whenever I unbox stuff, and I will get right to it with my new microphone, and we might hear me on the microphone doing this live. Depending on how long it goes. Okay. Stuff. Make sure it's empty. Make sure your ring is on. I shouldn't be doing this with my rings on. I shouldn't be doing this with my rings on, but I am. Alright, now I'm gonna go wash my hands. Yeah, but now I've got this mixer box too. You might as well tape this right back up. But like, it's sort of a cool box to look at and like have in your basement. But yeah, I went premium brand. This was a premium brand. I can't wait to learn it and use it. We'll just leave it like right there. That's pretty cool. I'll tape it shut and then we'll play around with it. I'll tape it shut where it was taped. Now it's cool. Now it's just a cool box that has a mixer, a picture of a mixer. Alright, I'm gonna wash my hands with this. So because I bought this sound system, here it is right here, you guys can see it. So because I bought this sound system right here, these are the headphones, because I have bought this sound system, I also bought a Stratocaster lead guitar and a bass guitar of the same brand, and an amplifier, a guitar amplifier, speaker, and I bought a djembe drum. I spent $200 and some odd dollars on a djembe drum, the biggest they could make. I didn't buy a Yamaha drum set, 22 bass drum. We'll save that for later. We'll get the full drum set later. Instead, I bought the drum that I've always wanted since I was a kid, the djembe drum. And I bought all the different types of sticks, the different types and different sounds from the sticks for the djembe drum. And so we can do lead guitar, bass, keyboard, and djembe drum. I also bought a drum machine. The drum machine was 16 drum pad buttons on it. That was only $70. But this was $400. This was $400. And today, before the guitars get here, we're also gonna have the guitars right today. But because I bought this $400 microphone, you know, the one everyone uses, the SM7B Shure microphone, and because I bought, so this was $400, this was $400. This is the Yamaha MG12XU. 12 stands for inputs number. X means that there's additional technology in here for sound effects, which is right here. And then the U stands for USB compatible, which is on the back here. That USB 2.0 compatible. That's a whole other technology. That's another whole technology that they have to add into the board in order to go from USB to computer. And so I have purchased all of that. This is exactly what the biggest board looks like, for the most part, except for we have 2 auxiliary mains. The other ones have 4 rows of knobs for auxiliary. We have 2 rows of knobs for auxiliary. We don't need that much anyway, so we don't use it. We won't need it. Yeah, but basically the fun part is I'm going to learn how to use the soundboard, and I can bring it over here and show you, because I got these long cables. I got all these different kinds of long cables and stuff. In fact, I'm going to get a box and put these in them to keep them nice. So like this box is just going to keep the untouched cables, because I don't want to get my hand oils on it. You know, you want the sound equipment to be like sort of untouched a little bit. Yeah, like this thing, you don't really want to touch it by that. It'll rust quicker. You want to be very, very ginger. You want to touch the sound equipment once and then just leave it there and never touch it again unless you have to. So We're not touching things. This is the power cord. Good to know. Alright. Just like Tali does, I'm going to smoke some weed and figure out what we're going to do next. But that's cool. I'm so excited. I think we got the right things. We got the right microphone. The other day I saw two news people on the best microphone in the world, right? One of them had background noise, one of them didn't, which means their mixer was different for each microphone. So if I hook this thing up and there's background noise, it's because I didn't do the knobs right back there. That's why we have all those knobs back there now, behind me. So that's what's really cool. I can tell you this now because they've arrived, but basically, microphones are expensive. The reason that microphone is $400 is because they're made of gold. I didn't want to say anything before, but the reason that microphone is $400 is because there's a gold plate in there. The whole reason you can hear on a microphone is, you know, the contraption, and apparently you can spend a lot of money for gold, and you know, as long as you're sure there's gold in that microphone, it works. But then you can use the knobs to, you know, help the gold try and figure out what sound is in the room, you know. But it's cool that like the sound mixer is gonna take care of whatever happens, basically. Yeah, but I always wanted like a legit Stratocaster lead guitar, and I got it in red. It's being shipped to my door today. And I lent my bass guitar to my friend in high school, and we hung out in college. But and in college, he told me he lost it or sold it. You know what I mean? But like, you know, so I'm gonna have a bass guitar again, and it's gonna be a legitimate one. You know, the other one was a weird brand that my parents bought because they didn't want to spend enough money. You know what I mean? But like, all of the things that I bought are like premium brand, the best equipment on earth, and you know, I'm so excited. I am so excited. I'm gonna move those. I'm gonna move the bongs, and we're gonna use that table for more sound stuff. Oh yeah, I have to move those things around there. Basically, now that we've unboxed everything, I'm gonna move. Our sound system is gonna go right there. This TV, everything to the right of this TV is gonna be moved off of that desk, and then the whole sound system is going to be in the right side of the room there, and then we can boom as far as we boom, and maybe we'll boom even more someday, but over there is fine. I don't even want to boom in that far. It's fine, you know. It probably won't be fine. If it's probably going to be a problem, maybe we'll move it somewhere else someday. I could do some things, but we're not going to mess around with it too much. We're going to set it up, and I'm going to learn sound systems. Yeah, it feels good to sit down after unboxing everything, but I bought this for you all. I bought this so you could hear me very well. I was saying the other day, like, I don't really care how I sound, you know? I sound fine to me. It's everyone else who wants to watch the show or care about me on the show. I bought this for you. And really, I should have always bought one of these. I was in a band in high school, and my parents were neglecting me a lot, and neglecting me my whole life, so we never bought coherent, you know, comprehensible, you know what I mean? Comprehensible. We never bought coherent, comprehensible equipment for me. You know what I mean? No, I'm just kidding. But like, this one, they had a 10 input board that doesn't have those sliders at the bottom of the board. And I said, no. You know why? Because the 20 input board, the highest, the biggest one they have, looks exactly like the one that I got. Except for 2 rows of they have they have the 3rd row and a 4th row of auxiliary monitors. And that's only if you need to hear 4 different things. Like, if everybody needs to hear 4 different things, then we got it. But for monitors or whatever, we have 2 rows of auxiliary. It's fine. You know what I mean? Like, I think the board is I think this board is really good. Yeah. And I'm so glad that I got the sound effects on built into the board for additional money. And I have the USB compatibility to the computer built in additionally to that additional built-in technology. So we have 2 additional built-in technologies into that soundboard under the hood, so to speak. Yeah. Yeah. This camera shoots in 4K, but apparently we're a little fuzzy. It's fine. It's an eventual. What's interesting is that I will need this soundboard and I will need a microphone for no matter what we do. So like, whether we're working on a video game or it's like a computer commercial. Whether you're working on the video game or enjoying your surround sound system or recording on your new guitar that you always wanted. It'll all go through the soundboard, etc. So I'm gonna learn it. You know how I learn these video games where we learn the whole video game and it takes forever, and then we learn the whole video game and it takes forever? If we could learn the whole sound system like that, that'd be great too. I'm basically a sound engineer now. Like, I don't necessarily have a job, more or less, or not. I mean, I do a TikTok live show every day. And I do a YouTube live show every day now. So like, yeah, that's my job. If you have to figure it out. Now I'm a sound engineer. I always should have been. Basically, I've been a bad live streamer up until today, right now. I'm just looking at that boom, wondering if I trust it. And it's okay. It's okay. I don't want to boom out and knock it over. I want to have it over there. And I think we're going to keep it like that. I was going to have, now that I'm looking at it, I actually don't want the soundboard all the way back in the corner. And the microphone can just stay right there. It will boom it out toward me as far as we're comfortable with. Maybe we'll boom. Don't worry about it. We'll boom however we're going to boom. I want to know the sound quality. Plus, I bought a lifetime license of, what is it called? What is it called? Pro Tools. For $200, I bought a lifetime license for Pro Tools, the software, the audio, like, that's the audio software. So I have like Photoshop here. I already have Adobe Photoshop. I already have Adobe Premiere. So like, yeah, it's not out of suit for me to have a, you know, I have my Photoshop program for pictures. I have my video program, Adobe Premiere for, I have Adobe Premiere Elements for video editing. I have Adobe Photoshop Elements for picture editing. These are the 2019 version, 2018 version. And now I have, oh, and then I have 2 lifetime licenses to XSplit streaming program. So I could do 2 streams at once if we wanted to. And we probably will eventually when we get the Ingot House going. So it'll be the Ingot House for the whole house, and then it'll be my personal stream on the other one. And now I just bought, what is it called again? Pro Tools. I just bought a lifetime license for Pro Tools, which is a sound program for recording sound, mixing and mastering. I guess when they say mixed and mastered by whatnot, that's what they mean. And I got the preamp. I have no idea what preamps are. I did get a preamp. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I almost just fell over with a big smile on my face. How do we want to do this? I guess we'll do it like this. Seems right. Okay. So if I take this, then I can show you the preamp that I bought, the dedicated headphones. $400 microphone, $400 sound mixer. Here. Basically, I'm trying not to touch everything and move everything too much. I'm doing a terrible job at it, but there. That's the preamp. Right. Here's a cable. Here's another cable. Sort of set these up, I guess. Well, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, that's fine. What is this? Oh yeah, this is another type of cable that we will be, I'm basically testing these cables out too. These to the dedicated headphones that I'm going to be using. What else? The $400 microphone that I bought is an SM7B. The $400 soundboard that I bought is a Yamaha MG12XU. 12 stands for the amount of inputs, sound inputs it can take. X stands for this additional built-in technology for sound effects built in. And U, which means it's USB compatible to a computer. It says Yamaha, designed by Yamaha, USB 2.0 data port. So this was 100, this was 400, this was 400, and you know, the cables were 20 bucks, whatnot, 10 bucks. The stand was $60 about, let's say 70. But what's cool is that today we're getting a lead guitar Stratocaster because I have all the sound system now and the computer. Like I got an awesome computer already. Now we have the soundboard, and now we have the $400 soundboard, $400 microphone, and the patch cables and everything, and the $100 preamp. I thought, it's not an amplifier, it's a preamp. I thought to myself, why don't we just buy a Fender Stratocaster lead guitar, red, and a Fender bass guitar, black, and a distortion pedal, and a wah pedal, and a djembe drum, and a drum machine, a $70 drum machine, which is 16 drum pad buttons. I said, we have all these inputs, we have an awesome computer, let's just get some instruments together. And then I bought a $200 program software called, what's it called? Pro Tools. Yes, so if I do like a speech or anything with QAnon or whatnot, we can work on it in Pro Tools if we really want to mix and master it. If I make my own video game, which I definitely will, we're basically going to do experimental film and experimental music composition for that video game that I create. Eventually, however, sooner than later, it's you know, we're getting closer with all the technology. So for now, though, I just want you all on my Fire Major Guru YouTube live stream when we video game for fun, and I talk shit. I want you guys to hear me better, so I bought the $400 microphone, bought the $400 soundboard. I'm gonna set it up, and you can all hear me better. But yeah, that's gonna be really fun. But I figure if we got all this sound system, we might as well get the instruments together too. And these can plug into the 1/4 inch stuff. But I'm gonna roll a joint. I'm rolling a joint, man. Yeah. I'm so glad we did this because, oh yeah, we can use the keyboard, but I'm so glad we did this because back when I was in a band, I played bass guitar, we had a lead guitar, we had drums, we had another guitar. Back when I was a band, we didn't have any gear. We had like our guitars and our amps, end of story. We were in a chord if we were lucky. Now, I've got the computer all fixed and figured out. I've got the sound mixer ready to go. The sound mixer just needs a good computer. you know, a regular guitar just that you pay enough money for just needs a good mixer. So like we work backwards toward we're getting the band back together. I've always been saying for years we're gonna get the band back together. I just mean my friends. I think we're literally gonna get the band back together. And what's funny is that trying to get a microphone and a sound mixer for my computer live stream, we got every other piece of the puzzle except for guitars. So I just fucking bought the distortion pedals I always wanted and the guitars that we used to have, but never did or got something else along the way. So yeah, it was just one little final piece of the puzzle to add instruments, and then I can actually start like creating music or like, especially for my video game. I'm gonna have to, when I turn 40, I'm basically gonna be a video game developer and make my first video game, basically, is the plan. So 39 years old was getting the gold rings and getting everything ready and buying equipment. 40 years old is going to be like using this stuff and put on a live show and build a video game at the same time. And I'm going to play the music to the video game. We're not going to do a band like Nirvana, you know, but we're going to use the drum machine and we're going to put heavy distortion on the guitars and, you know, really do experimental film and really do I'm going to do an experimental cutscene or something in the game. Because it's going to get easier. Apparently you can just tell the AI what kind of video game you want and it'll do it or something along those lines. So now it's up to me as the creative genius to sort of to sort of play the music, and you know, to sort of compose. We don't invent music, where you compose and play the music. So yes, I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited to have the equipment so we can use it, and especially if I have a friend over. Imagine if we had a friend on my live stream and one person joined me. That would be really cool. But today, we're just going to replace that microphone with the $400 microphone that I just bought. And we can still have that microphone. What's cool is that that microphone, and I think its little mixer, still plug into the big soundboard. And so if I have a friend over, or if you want to play the djembe drum, which is, I spent $200 and something on a djembe drum. I've always wanted a djembe drum, and I had to make it the biggest they can make it, and it's carved on the outside. Very cool. Because a drum set, like a traditional drum set, I've never been a huge fan, and I don't know how to play. Like guitar, I can do songs on. You know, I'm gonna learn how to guitar solo with heavy distortion. I'm gonna get a Mobius distortion pedal later. They're $400 when we pay all of this off. Once all this stuff is paid off, I'm gonna go back in and get a Mobius reverb distortion pedal box, which is like a $400, $500 like Mobius reverb pedal box machine. We're waiting for that. But oh, I also got the DJ turntables though. What's cool is that I got the DJ turntables, or the DJ scratch table, and it's got the LCD screens on the things that turn. So it's a more advanced model. It's cool. I didn't get the Pioneer brand that I wanted, because the Pioneer brand, the one with the LCD screens on the things that move, that was like, you know, $2,000. I got a different brand, which is the top brand on Amazon. It's just a new brand, and for like $300, I want to say 200 and something, I got the LCD screens on the moving thing. But it's the number two. It's the number 2 or the number 4. Like the regular model of that brand is like number 2 on Amazon, and then the advanced version that I got of these DJ scratch tables you pay more for, and it's like number 6 or 7, you know, because people don't have that much money. But like, what's cool about DJ scratch tables is that like normal newbies or idiots, you know, whoever, losers, they have just the regular basic set, and then you come in there and you go, look at mine though, I got that upgraded version. You didn't see the platinum version that I got, and look at all that, you know. All of the other turntables, scratch DJ tables, none of them had, none of the ones for under $2,000 had like a LCD on the spinning part, on both spinning parts. This new one does, but the regular version didn't. But they had like this other version where it was like platinum version, and it looks cool. It really just looks cool. I'm not even really necessarily concerned about its shortcomings. Like, as there's a DJ who could walk up to it and be like, you know, this is, it's not registering, the program isn't registering when I do this really fast. That's one thing. For my purpose, I basically want it to look cool behind me, and maybe we'll learn some stuff on it. Well, I basically bought it to plug into the soundboard and just guess what happens. But, you know, you get it. It's part of the sound system experience. I have no idea what preamps do. I don't know if we need more preamps. We might need one more preamp thing. 1 or 2 more preamp things. I don't know though. I think guitars just plug right in. I think the reason you need a preamp is when your voice needs to sound and you need to get the background sound out of your voice. I think that's why a vocal microphone for like a voice needs a preamp. I'm not sure if the guitars need preamps or whatnot. I don't know. Hold on. Do guitars need preamps? Yeah. Well, I have a preamp. This is what I mean by like we have one preamp, and when I plug it in without one, I'll find out it doesn't work or something. I know for sure we need at least one preamp for my voice microphone, and that's why we got one. Whether we need it for a guitar going into that system, that's what I'm going to learn. That's what I'm trying to learn as well. Preamp versus power amp. Interesting. What is a guitar preamp? Right? Like, it doesn't matter if I knew what a preamp does, because we have to have one for my voice. Right? From what I understand. So it's like, I just got one, and then we're going to find out if guitar needs it too. You know, like, it's like, sure. But anyway, I think we might have to pick up 1 or 2 more of those preamps. Right now, what resolution is my camera? Because I'm not even going to try and fix it, but like, that camera, it's a 4K camera. Yeah, they're fuzzing me out for some reason, I don't know. HD? No, it doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. We'll get my video going better later. It's okay. I bought a cheap 4K streamer camera, and that's what we're on. And I have no idea how to get us off fuzz mode. But this says we're in 1080 pixels. The other thing says we're in 1080 pixels. I don't know how many more 1080 pixels they want me to have enable. But yeah. I bought a lens. That's a wide lens. It's a 0.4, a 0.4 wide lens for that camera. I wonder if there's like a film. I might take a look. I don't think they have a peel film on lenses. I do not know why it's fuzzy. We'll find out. One day we'll find out soon. Soon enough we'll figure it out. Yes. Eventually, I'm gonna roll a joint right now. Eventually, I have to plug this microphone in and use the sound system. I'm worried. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm sort of stalling now that we've unboxed everything. Like, I'm afraid to plug it all in and it doesn't. I don't do it right, you know. I sort of have to look really humble trying to set it up and figure it all out. I'm sort of stalling a little bit. We'll get there. Let me get a joint rolled, and we'll. I think the sound. I was gonna put it in the corner of the room, but if I put the soundboard in the very corner of that room, I'll knock the microphone over trying to get to it. So I'm actually not gonna move any of that stuff. We're gonna put the microphone there where the stand is, and then I think I'm gonna move the toaster. Don't move the toaster. I'm just gonna put the soundboard in front of the toaster. We'll see how that works. It might be where it permanently goes. Now that I think about it. Because I invented all of this shit down here, where it all goes. I actually think I'm just gonna put the soundboard in front, and then I can bring the sound, and then I can scoot the soundboard over to here and reach it if we absolutely have to. I can actually, the knobs, because I do want the soundboard. I think I'm actually gonna have it on one of these tables. I'm gonna have it here, and then I can move it over there if I want to walk through. It's like depending on what we're doing today, whether we need soundboard intense or not, or I'll just keep it there, or I'll just love it and keep it there. Oh, I could put it here too. That's crazy though. I think that's crazy because I'll just put hats on top. Eventually, I'll just have this hat on top of the soundboard. You know what I mean? Let me tell you something about getting things done. It looks like I'm sitting here smoking weed, doing nothing. I'm mulling it over how we're going to do this before I even stand up. You know, that's the best way. That's how I do it. That's how I do it all. Yeah. I can't wait for the guitars to get here today, though. And I bought a 200 and how much was the djembe drum? It's the most expensive djembe drum they have. Djembe drums is like a fucking wood tube with skin on it. 24 inch, 12 inch around, 12 inch drum head, 24 inch tall, $212 djembe drum. I always wanted a djembe drum. I always wanted one. I mean, always. And I never, ever deserved it. You know what I mean? Nobody. You have to understand I was neglected as a kid. We could afford it. They just had mean parents. You know? I wasn't worth it. We could afford it. I wasn't worth it. Even though I still, you know, still. So now a lot of the show and a lot of my life is sort of picking up the djembe drum. Go back and swing through and pick up a djembe drum that you didn't get when you were a kid. You know what I mean? But here's the point. I like the djembe drum, especially a big one and tall. So when I'm recording this and, you know, composing music and stuff, for my first composition, you know, arrangement, whatnot, album, original soundtrack, original video game soundtrack, it's basically going to be djembe drum. because I like that. I prefer it over drum set. Just playing it, not even hearing it. I'll bet you I love way more songs with regular drum sets. But like, as a person, as a child growing up in a school system, in a legally obligated school system, a child growing up in a legally obligated school system, I always sort of wanted a djembe drum, and that's why I got one. But we also got the drum machine. We got the best drum machine. It's got 16 buttons for drum pad buttons, and it's like having a 16 drum kit on it. And it does it steady. So like me and my best friend, if we get our guitars out, the drum machine can hold a beat if we're gonna play and whatnot. Yeah, I'm gonna ask my friends. The point being, eventually I'm gonna ask my friends in real life to come and play music on my video game. You know what I mean? And maybe get a royalty or something. Instead of I get everything, they get some, and they'll be excited, you know? I don't know. You know? It'll be an excuse to have my friends visit me. Instead of just come over and play Super Nintendo with me. Now that I'm 39 years old, everybody's 40 years old, and when I ask them to play Super Nintendo, they think it's weird. So I'm gonna ask people to come over and record music with me, and I'm gonna use the music for a computer game. Somehow. Heavily, you know, we're not going to come out with the next Nirvana album unless that's what's going to happen. I mean, like, weird. If we do come out with the next Nirvana album, it'll be like, he made this weird music album that was supposed to be a weird video game, and then he just invented a new genre of music. Like, that's how it's going to go down if it does. I'm setting out to just record music, etc. And maybe even voices. Now that I think about it, we can do all of the voiceovers and the voice acting in a video game through the microphone and the sound system in my computers. Like, it's funny how I built the studio backwards. We started with computers and then went backwards from there to instruments and microphones. It's so peculiar. I never thought that would happen. They ask famous people or artists or whatnot, like, how did it happen? And you never know what they mean when they go, I never thought it would be, we build the studio backwards. It was always, who's going to get us to sign a deal, a record deal? And then you go, you know what I mean? I never thought about it a lot. I'm woke. If woke means you understand the world now, as opposed to when you were a child, I had to be woke and understand that you have to build. You can't buy. Let me tell you what I learned. You can't buy a pre-made computer. You have to build a computer yourself. And I know people automatically check out and they stop listening there, but that's the trick. Is you have to, in order to have a good computer, you can never get a pre-build. You always have to make the decisions for yourself and make them make sense, as the rappers sing. I'm glad though. I picked up a lifetime license for the sound program. That's what I'm sort of most, not really. I actually think the microphone and the sound mixer are cool, but what I'm really happy we got was the lifetime license to Pro Tools. Because we could do speeches, audiobooks, You know, everyone thinks I'm trying to go be Nirvana and write that and I'm going to tour. The end. If you think the end, the in my mind the where all this is going to lead is we're going on a tour, on a 50-state tour. No, I do not I do not like traveling. I can't explain to you how much we're not going on tour. I want to record a masterpiece at home and be known for that. You know what I mean? Like, so it's not that funny. It's not that, like, what does he think he's doing? It's very practical, and it's exactly what I need to do right now. It really truly is. And I'm gonna smoke this joint before we get started. I'm gonna smoke this joint like towelly. It feels like I have to turn every one of those knobs on that sound board before we start. You know what I mean? Like, you have to hit every keyboard on your computer keyboard to start your computer. It's not. I'm pretty sure this sound system is just you pay for the product, and then you get what you get when you plug it in. You plug it in, and that's it. Now the theory behind the knobs and getting it to sound right, that's a masterpiece. That's a master. Like, I understand that's going to take years for me to really understand and get. But as far as what I need to do for setup, basic setup today, it's like learning checkers. This piece moves here, then this piece skips over, and king me. You're done. It's basically hook up that microphone, put it to the soundboard, put it to your computer, and see what happens. And then from there you have to fix the sound. Then from there, take the knobs and turn them to fix it, basically. But the hard work is to choose which soundboard you got. I'm really glad with our choice. The hard work is to choose which microphone you got. This is the one everyone is using. The other day I said the best microphone is more of a mentality than anything, and it's true, because I just started seeing all the podcasters use it. It's like the Stratocaster. Think about the guitar I just bought. When I bought a lead guitar right now for this soundboard, I bought a Stratocaster because it's the guitar that Chuck Berry did in the Back to the Future when Michael J. Fox was there. It's the guitar that, like, rock and roll is born on or something. It's not that you love Chuck Berry. It's not that, like, this is the microphone that Joe Rogan used. It's not that I'm the biggest Joe Rogan fan ever. It's that, no, you notice on stage every guitarist who comes up comes with a Stratocaster guitar, and it's like, why doesn't he get a weirder guitar? And it's like, no, every Jimi Hendrix is up there with a Stratocaster. Everybody has one, and that's what this microphone is. It's the Stratocaster guitar that changed everything. So that's why I realized, that's how, not why, that's how I realized that I had to buy one. It's not my choice. I'm either going to get a Stratocaster guitar, or we're going to get something fucked up and weird, By the way, that, let me tell you the story of that preamp. When I bought that preamp on Amazon with all this kit, with the full gear, as the British say, it was the first item on Amazon, that preamp, that I ever saw. It said recommended. It wasn't just highly, it said highly recommended by artists. Let me see if I can pull it up. It was the first time on Amazon I've ever seen this. Let me get the quote if it still says it. Most of the time they say, like, #1, highly rated, Amazon choice. You know what I mean? preamp. Where is it? Oh, there it is. You go to this preamp, it says, what does it say? No, it doesn't. Hold on. Let me search it up. Preamp. Here it is. This preamp, it says, this is the first time I've ever seen this on Amazon. It says, highly rated by music production enthusiasts. And by the way, it's got 54,000 star reviews. So it means 54,000 people bought it and left a star review. So, like, you can tell. One of the tricks to buying things on Amazon is you look for how many star reviews it has. And so, like, if it has 54,000 star reviews, that's a lot. Right? Like, there's another thing here with 2,000 reviews. There's one with 79 reviews. There's one with 181 reviews. You know what I mean? You come across one and it's got 54,000 reviews. And it says highly related by music production enthusiasts. And you take the picture. I just stopped looking for one when I saw that. I said, I've never seen that before. Yeah, I got the M-Wave wireless MIDI controller pads. It's got 16 drum pads. It's a MIDI controller with 16 drum pads, assignable knobs, full level buttons, rechargeable battery. It's the best drum machine looking machine that they had. $79. That's cool. You know what I mean? So like if the djembe drum is not what we need, I've got a $79 drum machine, drum pads that, like, apparently you can basically just, yeah, it says note repeat basically. I'm gonna find out how good it is. I know the least about how this drum pad's gonna go down. 8 assignable knobs, 16 drum pad buttons, full levels, whatever, and whatnot. It's got BT button, pad bank button, forward, back, play, pause, record, shift. Yeah, so apparently you can record. Yeah, you can record like a beat and then play the beat back. Yeah, it's a drum machine. Let it just be a drum machine then. But I am gonna get a $500, a $400 drum set eventually, because the Ingot House down here, we're gonna be able to have a band come through. Back in the day in high school, all of my friends would bring all of their instruments over to my house down here in the basement. What I realized is that kind of stuff is for teenagers and roadies and 20-year-olds with a lot of energy. Now that I'm going to turn 40 next year, any one of my 40-year-old friends, I'm going to be like, come on over. I've got my Stratocaster. Come on over and do the drums. You want to try drums? You don't have to bring a drum kit. Other people are going to play the drums. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not buying a drum fucking kit for me to play, really. I'll get on the thing and do what I can. I'll see what I can do. Maybe I'll be the drummer in our band. I don't know. If I play 2 notes on that thing and never again, it's for someone else to play with us. So they don't have to bring our drummer used to bring the drums everywhere we went, But that's later. that's after we pay off all this. Right now, everybody's furious with me for how much we just paid for this, and we're gonna have to pay it off. But after all of it's paid off, we'll look into a drum kit when, you know. But I'm gonna have right now we have full guitar studio. Lead guitar and bass. I knew when I was buying my bass guitar back that we had to go get a lead guitar that I always wanted, the Stratocaster. Like my neighbor, she had one. My best friend, our guitarist, he had one. I never bought one of my own. I always had a weird axe. You know what I mean? Like a weird guitar. I always had a weird axe. We have a guitar down here that is so expensive. Nobody will even really tell me how expensive the guitar is, but it's a Guild guitar, and the Guild guitar factory, it's one of the first electric guitars ever made. It's one of the first electric acoustic guitars ever made on Earth. Like when Bob Dylan played the festival in, you know, black and white video and like pissed off the crowd and they were all mad at him because he had this new thing called rock and roll or something. When Bob Dylan played his electric acoustic at the festival for the first time, and everyone was like, he went electric, you know, and whatnot. In the 50s, the 50s, that's when this guitar was built. It was one of the first electric. I'm going to go get it and show you after this joint right now. Just so you know what I'm talking about. And then that's the final step, though. The final step to this sound system is we're going to hook up one of the first electric acoustic guitars ever built. It's a Guild, like, test model. That, like, was supposed to be on the shelf in the store. It's so rare. The dude almost called the cops when I brought it into the music store. And he said, that thing should be temperature controlled, man. But it's a Guild, and that they used to make furniture. The reason it's valuable is because they used to make furniture, so it looks really nice. And the plant burned down. The whole fucking factory burned down, and that was the end of Guild guitars, and their prices skyrocketed. I bet you anything there's like a story to that. Like, you know. But it's the Musician Guild. It's named after the Musicians Guild, which is like hundreds of years old, just so you know. Like, it goes back to the medieval times in the Dark Ages. The Thieves Guild and the, you know, the Wizards Guild and the Warriors Guild and the, you know, the fucking Musicians Guild. Yeah. A guitar so rare and expensive that my teacher once tried to steal it. My middle school teacher tried to steal it from me, and another student had to go and get it back for me. Because my mom would have never. She would never. She would have. Yeah. My mom's the assistant vice president of the company in our town. In the main square. Big shopping thing in town. So, like, they could have tried to steal it. Maybe they would have stolen it, but I don't think Mom would have not liked that. Because it's her guitar. But he basically stole it from me. He confiscated it and, like, I don't know what was up. I know a student who knew him well went into his office and gave it back to me. He was a jerk. I'm pretty sure he was a jerk in trying to steal it. Anyway, I'm gonna go show you the guitar now. Whoa! Yeah, it's under my hat. Here it is. It was under some things. Got it. Hey everyone, I just bought this sound mixer for $400. The Yamaha MG12XU, and this microphone, the Shure SM7B, for $400 as well. So I spent about $900. I wanted to show you the rarest guitar we have. It's a Guild. This is from the 1950s. It's one of the very first electric acoustic guitars ever made on Earth. It's a Guild. Think back to, it's got screws for the pickups. Think Bob Dylan at the concert, you know? First guitar ever. First electric acoustic ever. This guitar is really expensive. Anyway, it's a Guild, and it's one of the very first electric acoustics ever made. The plate on it is unengraved, and the pickups are screws. That's how old this guitar is. It's one of the very first electric acoustic guitars ever built on Earth, and it's what made Bob Dylan famous, because it made him different, and nobody was, you know, they were against it, the technology. It's so old. You can see inside of the technology, and you're putting it away. You know those vacuum tubes that like burst? That's the kind of amp it had with it. The original case was in like gray alligator skin. What looked like alligator skin to me. Anyway, that is an extremely valuable guitar. It's not because it sounds awesome. It's like having, it's like having a statue from a pyramid in Egypt. You know, they just don't make them like that anymore. But it launched a revolution. The electric guitar, I don't know if you know this, but the electric guitar was sort of a big deal for a while there. And I'm pretty sure that's, oh, I know why. We all go, what do you mean the electric acoustic was the first? I know why now. Because the electric guitar was not invented yet. All guitars were acoustic guitars, and then some acoustic guitars were electric with the screws for the pickups, for the electric pickups on it, and then someone after that invented the electric guitar, the Stratocaster, the one that I just bought, that we're gonna have shipped to my door today. So what I'm trying to explain is that this guitar is so expensive not because it sounds great, it's because it was part of changing the world, and therefore it's a very rare and hard to find symbol of the very first people who had no idea what they were doing, who had no clue what was going on. And then Bob Dylan, it took someone like Bob Dylan, popular, who decided to buy one of these. You know, or like decided to, you know, they were doing something like, you get it. But that's what this microphone is. It's like the new Stratocaster guitar that changed everything. It's like, get one. It doesn't matter who you know who has one. It's the new guitar that everyone's playing. Why aren't you not on one on stage, you know? The Stratocaster is the Stratocaster guitar that's going to ship to my door today is the perfect example of what that microphone is. It's just when we say the Shure SM7B, it doesn't sound like Stratocaster. I'm sure there's gold in it. What makes a microphone valuable is the amount of gold they use, solid yellow, for the diaphragm. And what I think sure is that we're sure that there's gold in there because it's $400. I think that's what it means. I think that's what it all means. Like microphones, it feels like the inside of a microphone is a magic being that, like, you know, maybe it likes me, maybe it doesn't. You're really paying for the gold in weight. And then the sound mixer is the magic where you control what's going on. As long as it's not damaged. If it's damaged or defective, obviously, but like as long as it passed quality control, it's all you on the soundboard and the interference your wires are experiencing. Electrical fields. You have to think of electrons and electricity as the electrical fields themselves. That's the hint. There was a young developer who was working on a problem. He said, I can't figure out, this electron goes here, this electron goes here. He says, no, don't think of electricity as each electron. You're working with the fields of electricity. There's a magnetic field, there's an electrical field that oscillates. It's not necessarily one electron moves. In electronics, in circuitry, in microprocessing, inside of a computer chip, you know, the wires in there, the way you design them is how the fields interact with each other. It's not this electron goes here. Not necessarily. There are some little gates. There are some, you know, microscopic gates that might do something along those lines. But still, I'm telling you, the wise developer, he tells you the way you prepare for and interact with the electricity is through thinking of it as fields which interfere with each other. But that's the thing, like if something's up with the cord, if something's near the cord, if this copper bar is like near the cord or something, the Super Nintendo says don't put a piece of copper near it or something, you know. Keep keep harmful this device may not cause harmful interference. You know what I mean? Like they're telling you don't. One of the Nintendos is like don't put a piece of copper. Don't even let a piece of copper look at your Nintendo or something. I think it was a different. I'm sure it was a different device, and I'm mixing it up. It might have been a power supply or something. Keep away from copper. I'm pretty sure it was the uninterruptible power supplies that we were unboxing. In the directions, keep away from bars of copper. One of those warnings. I don't remember where I saw that. If it wasn't in a warning, I must have been watching a YouTube video about electricity and I picked that fact up and can't remember where from. Yeah. It's not that the guitar sounds so good and everyone needs one. It's that it was one of the very first electric guitars ever made on Earth. Right before, guess what? It was right before. It was right before electric guitars changed everything, forever. You know. Yeah. It's like a Model T Ford. Apparently, the first car. It's like if you had a Model T Ford. It's not like the best car ever, but people with a garage full of Corvettes, it's really special if you have like a Model T Ford in there. Model T1 Ford. Yeah, the pickups are metal screws, like from furniture equipment. What it means is that the furniture guy at Guild was so good at innovating and inventing new ways to like make furniture that he was like, let's just do electric guitars. It'd be like if I made an electric Coca-Cola can. This is the day. Today is the day. You know what I mean? Remember that guy who invented the electric Coca-Cola can and changed the world? Changed everything? Changed social media with a... You know, he invented the electric Coca-Cola can. It'd be like if Bob Dylan walked on stage today in 2025 and opened up an electric Coke can and just went, fuck guitars. You know? That's your new Coca-Cola commercial. Before Bob Dylan dies, he's got to do the first electric soda can. It's the ultimate marketing dream. Because Bob Dylan, we're talking about how Bob Dylan basically changed Earth. Yeah. He was the one who picked up the electric soda can and was like, we're doing this. You're not even going to believe how many of these things are around after me. Yeah. After you get done with me. But the point being that QAnon's mother went to Woodstock in 1969. And before 1969, her father bought her that electric acoustic guitar. you know, and she was supposed to play it. She was supposed to learn it. That's why there's nothing on the engraving plate at the top above the neck, at the head of the guitar, where it says Guild. There's a black engraving plate with nothing, just fresh, original plate. You know what I mean? Never been removed. That's why the guy at the store, at the music store, when I brought it in just to show him, he almost like called the cops. You know what I mean? I've never seen a guy almost call the cops on somebody, but that was it. You know? Because I think it was because the nameplate was empty, was blank too. Like, I don't know why. I have a feeling that, like, if you're trying to sell a guitar to a billionaire, if you've got he's got a choice of them. He's just like, you know, Elon Musk is gonna buy a trillionaire. Elon Musk, he's gonna buy a guitar, right? The one with and then his assistant's gonna show him a few, and he's gonna choose one. It's like, well, how many of them have an original engraving plate with nothing on it? One, probably one. Mine, you know. I don't know. Maybe they all have engraving plates. I don't know what I'm talking about. He could probably buy fucking maybe 10 or 100 of those. I would love to know if he could get his hands on 100 of them. Yeah, I wonder if there are even 100 of them on Earth. Probably. It's gotta be. But then you go, Oh, but I was gonna say, so that's how we're going to, that's the first real instrument we're gonna hook up to this sound system. I think. But here's the thing, I have the guitar amp coming, so, I don't know. It'll be the first instrument, it'll be the first guitar, let me say it, it'll be the first guitar we hook up to the sound system. I'm actually going to do the microphone tonight. Maybe you could get thousands of those guitars. I don't know. But I'll tell you what. If it was less than 100, I wouldn't even really be surprised, I don't think. I got the gist that nobody wanted to tell me. Every time I look into it, I get the gist that nobody wants to tell me how many there really are left on Earth. That's the kind of guitar it is. Yeah, but I was like, yeah, like, his mother's, went to Woodstock, and that's why he wrote that thing, and then, now here I am, and we're gonna hook her, I'm gonna learn the sound system, and we're gonna hook her old hippie guitar. Most old hippie guitars are worthless, but this is an old fucking hippie guitar that's, like, priceless, basically. and we're gonna hook it up to the sound system. I'm gonna show it to my mom and impress her for Christmas. You know what I mean? Something. Even though she already peeked at the presents. I'm looking at the knobs. I'm looking at my own stream here, and I'm looking at the knobs, and I'm just daunted and afraid of them. All right, let's move. Let's move. I'm not gonna be any afraid anymore. I'm not gonna be afraid anymore. Let's start. I'm ready to. I'm ready to start moving. Okay. What's the first thing we have to do? Basically, I'm gonna move this Super Nintendo. There's a little bit of I hope this works. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take the microphone out and assemble it and put it over there and then leave it there, basically. Okay, here we go. Literature here. Sure. Oh, this is a sticker. You could put you could put a bumper sticker on your car. That's pretty funny. Windscreen. Again, I don't want to touch very much. We're just gonna basically hook this thing. That thing is it solid? The stand is more or less solid, it feels. I'm going to go ahead and say that's a pretty much solid stand. It appears to be. I don't know what that is. Oh, those are cord holders. I was like, what are those things? Okay. So basically with a microphone, if you spend $400 like this one, you get gold. You get gold inside, like this gold. Solid yellow. Alright. Oh, that's... What is that? Wow. Okay, hold on. I need instructions. Cardioid dynamic vocal microphone. SM7B. And this is the Yamaha MG12XU. $400. $400. Microphone placement. Preamplifier use. The SM7B has a sensitivity rating of negative 59 decibels and requires more gain than what most entry-level or mid-tier preamplifiers can deliver. Use an inline boost amplifier or stronger preamp if your preamp does not have more than 60 decibels of gain. Oh my gosh. So here's my preamp. What do we got here? This is so high rated. 3rd generation 1 microphone preamp, 2 in, 2 out USB audio. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure this works. 48 volt makes it like the difference between dynamic or condenser. I don't quote me on that. I'm still just barely learning. I think we do have the preamplifier we need. I think it can do 60 decibels of gain, as he says. Install or remove the stand adapter. Mounting instructions. Ships in the boom mounting configuration. To mount it on a stand, please see the instructions at the website. Okay, I can do that, but wow, you're kidding me. Wow, you have the schematic of the internal connections of this electrical engineering. Flat response, bass roll-off, presence boost. Overall dimensions, typical polar pattern. So it has the typical polar patterns of the microphone. Accessories. Optional accessories. Replacement parts. Wow. Install or remove the stand adapter. To mount the microphone on a 3/8 inch stand, I think that's what that is. Insert the included brass stand adapter and tighten it with a coin or a screwdriver. You're kidding me. Oh, the adapter. I see. I see. Important. Make sure that the slots on the adapter face outward. I got that. Sure. Okay. Is this what he's talking about? I don't even think so. No, it's not. It's just a plate. And mine has scratches on it, like this is used. It's good to know. Alright, here's the microphone. It's in an egg carton. Here's the adapter they're talking about. What is this? Cool. We'll just put everything on there for now. Okay, this is the microphone. Okay, I'm just gonna attach this, I guess. I'll use the executive scissors here. These scissors are, what does it say? Oh, it says forged steel, Italy. Hot drop forged steel from Italy. Hot drop forged steel. That's pretty good. So you don't think they're gold, but I feel like they did put gold on it. They're not telling us. Okay, here's this, and I'm just gonna screw this in without touching much. Without touching very much. I'm gonna just screw this in. Hold on. Here we go. Got it. Okay. Just pull this microphone up to your face. Yeah, how about this? That's what he always says to his guests. Okay. Without touching too much. Screw this in for the stand. coin screwed in? Huh? With a coin or a screwdriver screwed in? Cool. I'll just use my nail. Or your thumbnail. No, actually, I will, I'll use the end of my finger. But, it's fine. Okay. Now I'll try to screw it in to this thing. Oh, we don't need the adapter. Yeah, I see. No, I don't even need it. Yep. Didn't need it. I didn't know what they were talking about. They meant if I'm gonna put this on a tripod with no legitimate boom, that I need this adapter screwed in. And this is a legitimate boom. I didn't even know what they were talking about. This thing is legit as fuck. Wow. It feels rickety. Yeah, I don't think it's not exactly what we need here, but ooh. Yeah, it's ready to fall, basically. I've never seen a microphone ready to fall more than this thing. I think we're pretty much good. Yeah, I think we're pretty much good. Wait a minute, let me like that. Okay. I'm gonna say like that. Yeah. Okay. I'm so worried everything's gonna fall. But we're gonna tighten things down. Not too much. Yeah. Okay. Is that tightening something down? I think it is. Okay. I've never been more worried about a microphone ever. Alright. I set it up. That was insanity. What is this thing? It's a little Velcro. I'm out, dude. What is this thing? Oh, it's the plate on the bottom? Oh yeah, it's like a cover plate. If we need to cover the microphone. Where's the other bag? I think I just threw it. We don't need it. We don't need the other bag. Just put the washer in here. How did this go in here? Oh, here it is. Alright. So, extra microphone cover back in the box. Microphone holders back in the box. Here it is. This is the thing I was looking for. Okay, I'll put it back in here. So put this washer back in. Terrible. Okay. And gingerly and delicately put everything back in. Awesome. Nerve-wracking. Even though it's not my money, still, when it's $400 microphone, it's nerve-wracking. Even if it's not your money. Even if you're just spending someone else's dough. It's still nerve-wracking. Power supply. This isn't as scary as that. That was scary. Whoops. I'm going to put this back into this box. Hold on. I'm actually going to put it in this for now. And here's the instruction. Technical specifications. Yamaha mixing console. The MG12XU. There it is. Block diagram. Block and level diagrams. Power and peak dimensions. Input jack, mic line, analog output characteristics. This is all. That's a fine piece of documentation. Download information. User manual. We got owner's manual. We got one in Spanish. 2 owner's manuals, 1 Spanish, 1 English. Yep. That's cool. We're gonna need to come in here and know that stuff. I can just tell we're gonna know that from the test. I might as well just leave this out. No, just go for it in the bag. Cool. I am gonna leave this out. Hold on. We are gonna leave this out. While we're learning it and plugging it in, we are gonna leave the instruction manual out and about. The other stuff back in the bag. These are the headphones that I want to use for this thing. Now, they have their own 1/4 audio jack here, it appears. So if I do this, I should be able to take this this is the number one. I'm just gonna take these off. No, just leave one on. Loosen it up and leave one on. I should have just slid the other one over. We'll take one length out of the cord. There we go. I'm just gonna, whoops, wow. I'm just gonna put those there. I'm taking it out. Like Jimi Hendrix, we're letting this thing loose on the floor. Everything's sort of more or less like the Grateful Dead or like Jimi Hendrix now in my head. So this is, the idea was this is basically going to plug into here. And these are going to be my dedicated monitor headphones. And I got shitty dedicated monitor headphones. You know why? You know why I got really shitty dedicated monitor headphones for the sound? For such an awesome sound, for a $400 soundboard and a $400 microphone, you know why I got the shittiest headphones? Because you guys have the shittiest headphones on your laptop or whatever. So I'm listening to what the shittiest dude's headphones sound like. That's why we buy basically the worst, not the worst, but the cheapest. I'm not trying to say the worst. You buy the cheapest headphones to monitor your stream with. If you're doing dedicated headphone monitor stream, you buy the cheapest stuff possible because someone out in your audience has the cheapest stuff possible. Okay, before I do anything else, I'm gonna have a quick look through. I'm gonna have a seat, right? I'm gonna sit down. I think I'm gonna get a soda. I'm gonna get another Coca-Cola. That seems to be working for enthusiasm. I'm so excited. You guys, rule number one, no drinks near the sound system. No drinks near the sound system. But you know what? I'm so excited that I have this new $400 sound mixer and this new $400 microphone. And guess what? The guitars didn't even get here yet. And the djembe drum. And the DJ scratch pad. I also got a DJ scratch pad. And it has LCD monitors on the little circular scratch pads that move. And normally you have to pay like $2,000 for a DJ scratch pad like that. And I found one. It was like a platinum edition for my skill level. On the scratch pads, I'm beginner, but it looks cool. The most important part is that the DJ scratch pad looks cool and has LCDs on the parts that spin like the $2,000 machines. So it looks, because it is, it's the second best DJ scratch pad, but it's the platinum edition, which is number 6 as well. It's number 2 and number 6. It's a new brand. It's not a premium brand. I wanted the Pioneer DJ scratch pad. Couldn't get it here. Couldn't get the one with the LCDs on it that make you look really cool. Again with the drum set, I don't care if I never learn it. If someone comes here and uses it, I want someone to come here and use it eventually. But I'm gonna give it a whirl. I bought the thing. I might as well think. But you know, back in the day, it was always bring your guitar. You know, everywhere we went. Now it's, oh, Eric's got all the equipment. So if we want to stop by, we can get something going. And not just for nothing. He's did you know he's making a video game and he actually needs soundtracks for his video game he's making? He didn't just get it because he needs friends either. But happens to have them. You know? Yeah. There it is though. I've been thinking about it for days. We bought that microphone on live stream the last time we streamed on Fire Major Guru YouTube. I was playing Halo 2 and I was talking about how the Grateful Dead they had problems with their monitors. And then as I was telling the story, as I was saying it, I was trying to describe it in a new way and I couldn't figure it out. As I was trying to describe it for the 5th time in a new way, I said, fuck it. I'm opening up on Amazon, I'm buying it right now. And I did. And we took an hour and 45 minutes, or however how long it took. It felt like an hour and 45 minutes to figure out what I needed and what I didn't need. The most important part was what I didn't need. Yeah, the owner manual has all of them. And we got the MG12XU, which is exactly where I needed to be. It is. The MG10 isn't even on the owner manual. That's why they have this MG10 Yamaha sound mixer, and it looks like a toy at the bottom. It doesn't have those nice levels. And you know what? Guess what? On the mixing console owner's manual, it only has the MG12s, the MG16s, and the MG20s. The 10 doesn't exist. Like, it's not real. And so I just like, yes. And I almost was like, it's too much money, let's just get the MG12 basic. And I'm like, no, we want the built-in sound effects in addition. You pay extra. And you want the USB to computer, obviously. No one needs USB to computer more than me. Built in to the board. So, there it is. But I can keep that board right here at all times. I'll show you. I do like looking at it there, but I can keep it floating right here and never move it. And that way, what's nice is that the levels are on all the way on the left, but the sound effects are on the right. Maybe I'll have to lean over. We'll see. The soundboard is going to be closer to me than the microphone. The microphone's going to be over there. I think we're ready to. Let me browse the instructions. I think we're ready to turn everything on. Before we do, let me browse the instructions. I love how legit this is though, because it's just the technical specifications. So like if you, instead of even going and finding what page the manual is on, they have just like a pamphlet, like you'd pass out as a religious thing, of the schematics. Yeah, block and level diagrams, the dimensions, the general specifications, the analog input characteristics, and the analog output characteristics, and the digital input. output characteristics, and it's just like, hey, frequency response, total harmonic distortion, hum and noise, crosstalk, input channels, output channels, bus, input channel function, level meter, built-in effect, USB audio, phantom power voltage, power requirements, power consumption, dimensions, net weight, included accessory, optional accessory, operating temperature, 0 degrees to plus 40 degrees Celsius. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't do that for nothing. I'm familiarizing. That's the first time I've said each one of these words out in a row, in a line. It's the fucking technical specifications of the mixing console. You know, you could be day one. You could have snuck your way into the sound mixing and mastering, you know, class or whatever, and just open this packet and just, it says it's a mixing console and these are technical specifications. You know, it's got everything on here. This is the cheat sheet. This is the cliff notes of the book over here. It's so fucking funny. How many knob compressors? On the comp, 1 knob compressor. Gain threshold ratio. Threshold plus 22 decibel units. Right? To -8 decibel units. Ratio 1:1 to 4:1. It's got 4 comp knobs on it. I noticed that, by the way, before we bought it. The comp knobs are what separates the toys from the professional units. It really does. And I didn't even know what they do. I just determined it. There's the 4 yellow knobs under the top white ones. Those are like comp knobs, and basically anytime a sound engineer is like actually fixing something, you need like an actual gonna fix this knob. That's my interpretation of what it is. When there's a sound, it compensates for the other sound by like, we're gonna have to double check on that one. There is a sound, and it may be continuously sounding, and then the comp knob is involved, and either way, it might get better or worse, sort of. When it wouldn't have been there in the other units, the lesser units, you know. They got nothing to turn. The lesser units, they're not turning anything there. I don't know, maybe not. I got a question, and I got a statement, and I need answers before I say it. What are the circles? What are the wheels called on a DJ deck? Jog wheels. Are the one-piece, touch-sensitive, non-motorized control surfaces found? They're control surfaces. Yeah, the jog wheels. I have jog wheels that have LCD screens on top of the jog wheels. And the only DJ decks, sound decks that have jog wheels that have LCD screens on them, they're only $2,000 each. But this brand new top of the line, it's top of the line. It's number 2 and number 6 of DJ decks on Amazon, but it's a new brand, and it's got a platinum version of the number 2 deck. It's got, you pay like $200. You pay like $150 more, making it 2 something for the platinum version, and it has LCD screens on the jog wheels. And I'm telling you right now, if I put this DJ deck behind me and it's got the LCD screens on the jog wheels, that's what I'm talking about. And then we'll fix the camera. The camera is 4K. The camera is 4K. I don't know what's wrong with it, but everything I've seen, we're in 1080p right now. Yeah, I'll find out eventually. We'll fix that, or we'll get a new camera if we have to. Cueing is finding the start point of a track. Right. Moving the audio back and forth rhythmically, scratching, beat matching or nudging, making suitable temporary speed adjustments to align the tempo of two tracks. Platters typically refer to the spinning motorized surfaces found on traditional vinyl turntables. Yeah, so they're jog wheels, not platters. Platters require something to be placed on them, like a vinyl record or slip mat, and physically spin. While jog wheels use sensors to track the movement. Yeah, so I've got two jog wheels on my DJ deck that have LCD screens on them, like the $2,000 models. And it's been, I spend enough on it. But it's one of the top. It's a new brand, but it's top on Amazon. So it's like, and I saw a comment that like it's not as responsive as the top models when you're like crazy good at DJing. But like as far as what I need it for, basic stuff, decide whether I can do this or not, and look cool. I'm gonna decide whether while I'm beginner at the basic stuff, I'm gonna decide whether I can do that or whether I can do this or not, and whether the answer is yes or no, I can do it or not. It's gonna look cool, and I'm gonna use it for something. The sound mixer means we can use it for something, and that's why I got it. But it'll look cool. It'll make us look legit and look cool. 100%. So that's why I got it. But you know what's interesting? I wanted to get a deck without LCD screens on the jog wheels, and they couldn't get it to me. And that it turned out to be sort of a lucky thing, because then it forced me, because I wanted to buy Pioneer. That's who made, the anime Tenchi Muyo. Just because I love Tenchi Muyo and I miss the 90s, I wanted a Pioneer DJ scratch pad. And the one for my price range didn't have LCD screens on it. Now this new brand, that doesn't have LCD screens either, but the platinum version of the new brand looks like a $2,000 machine. It's not. And I bought it, and it's gonna come here tomorrow, But the guitars are coming today. I can't wait. The most fun part about setting this up is that the longer I wait and the longer it takes, it just means the guitars are being shipped to my door as we speak, They're here. I'm gonna play distortion guitar, and that was the vision too. Like in my live stream. By the way, I'm gonna try and make Raid this weekend. If anyone's wondering, I'm gonna have the knobs, the gain knobs, and the MG12XU unit powering up the system. I'm going to try and make Raid this weekend, but we're doing sound unit until then. So, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, the longer it takes me, we're just waiting for my DJ sound deck to arrive. It's being shipped to my door tomorrow. So this could take till tomorrow, and we're still just waiting for equipment to arrive. So it's like, yeah, take a look at the instructions. The guitars aren't even here yet. But I will play distortion guitar today when they get here. Oh, but that's what I was going to say. And that's why I got distracted on whether going to Raid. I am going to Raid this weekend We have the microphone for raid. We have the sound for raid if we need it. Here's the point. Because we're doing the live show and we have the microphone and the sound and the computer, I determined that all we needed was some guitars, some new guitars, and we could play some distortion solos, you know, or whatever. But like, we're just missing a guitar. Like I set up a whole sound system, and it's like, what are we? And then I looked at this sound mixer board, and I said, what are we gonna do with all these inputs? And I said, if we just had a guitar, a brand new guitar, and plugged it in to one of these, we could just play some on the live. Or like, you know, make an intro song. We could play live music on the live. We could, for fun, we could make an intro song. We could make an intro song, and we could make a few and give some away to people. You know, like, I knew this was naturally the next step to whatever I was doing, whatever was going on, whatever was happening. We figured it out. Anyway, no rush. The gear, the instruments are still on their way here, including the DJ deck. The DJ deck is I'm sort of most excited for, even though I can't wait to play distortion lead guitar. I actually want to play distortion lead guitar way more than I want to look cool with a DJ sound deck. But I did get the one with the LCDs on the joggers, and I'm so glad I did. I'm so glad I did. But that's the only thing. The DJ sound mixer, it says it right here, DJ mixer too. The DJ mixer is the only thing I bought that was off-brand. And I made the right move. Because it looks like it's $2,000. It looks like it's worth about $2,000. And probably is the same. But like, the soundboard, Yamaha. Like, it's gotta be. I'm not going off-brand. It has to be premium brand. Because the soundboard, the mixer, is what's controlling the sanity of the sound. So, like, some insane shit could be coming through the DJ mixer. It's new off-brand nonsense. That on-brand, premium brand Yamaha sound mixer is gonna dial down the insanity, so it makes a coherent, you know, you get it. Same with the microphone. That microphone, whatever sound comes out of that microphone, I'm gonna know it's my knobs. I'm gonna know it's my knobs. Plus, I got different cords. That's why I bought the zero oxygen. It's like a non-oxygen copper. It's a non-oxygenated copper wire. I don't know if they're just impressing me or what, but we got an Amazon Basics one for the 1/4 audio jack. For the 1/4 inch audio jack, I got an Amazon Basic, and I got the best one as well. 2. For the XLR connection with the microphone, I got an Amazon Basic, and I got the what's it called? The Zero Oxygen Cable Matters brand with zero oxygenated copper wire. Anyway, I got even different kinds of cables. And I also got Amazon Basic because I want to know how good Amazon Basic is. If the sound comes different between the Amazon Basic or the Cable Matters zero oxygenated copper, I don't know. I'm keeping them all. You know, if someone needs to borrow a cable, I'm going to give them whichever cable gives the worst sound, you know, because I'm not going to send it back. Not because I want them to have lesser than me or because I deserve better than them, because we're not sending it back. It's just if someone needs to borrow one, I got you. It's just I used the better one for my own setup, you know, for my own shit. Everyone understands that. Everyone's cool with it, you know. We all understand sanity and things making sense. Yeah, there's powered speakers here that go through XLR. Very interesting. I don't know anything. I feel like we're gonna hit a wall hard, like a wall that we've never seen before. Rear panel. On the XU models only, which I do have, I paid extra for it, for the technology, and I got it. It says computer for music playback or recording. Note, the send jack, group out jack, monitor out jack, and stereo out jack are located on the rear panel. Yeah, that's for the 20. That's something. Yeah, that's probably a problem for that bigger thing. We'll get back to the MG20, but I've got the MG12, which I feel like yeah. I'm happy we got it. I wouldn't even want the 20. It wouldn't even fit on the table probably if we had a bigger one. And I don't want a bigger one. That's what's nice. What's nice is you get the one as big as you need it, and it's like if we had the bigger one for the Grateful Dead, or they have a 20 input board for like music teachers and like band teachers at universities. When you see 100 people in a marching band, they have 20 input microphones on the football field, you know, when they do a recording. That's what that board is for. It's not for us. It's not for me. You know, if you have 100 people in your band at school, you need the board, the other board. This board is the perfect board for me. That's how I see it. It wouldn't even fit on the table. In other words, it wouldn't even fit on the table over there if it was bigger. You can see it. It would not fit on that table right now. It perfectly fits that table. Now that I mention it. I'm so afraid. You guys, I'm fucking terrified. I've never been more afraid to try to do some microphone stuff. Because it's my first time. I've never thought we needed a soundboard. Fire Major Guru was silent film. It was all of Fire Major Guru was made in the silent film genre. The most honorable, admirable, prestigious. That's the word I'm looking for. The most prestigious type of film invented is the silent film genre. Mise en scène, or whatever. There's a French term for it. Just like in psychology, all of the greatest words are in German. In filmology, in filmography, in filmic study, all of the words are French. Mise en scène. You know? So the preamp is a way to control the microphone before it goes into the soundboard or the guitar. And that's what I mean by, like, we have one preamp, and that's fine for now. When I'm streaming and rating, you know, I got my preamp on the microphone. but like after raid or whatever, when we're not raiding a day or whatever, we're not doing that. I'm gonna put the guitar in. I feel like we could just put the guitar in. Here's the point. No, I know something. I bought a guitar amp. I bought a guitar amplifier speaker. So from what I understand, actually, if I plug the guitar into the amplifier, like you should, you have a guitar, you plug in the amp. I'm pretty sure we put an out, and that's why we have all these other chords. We put an out chord into one of the input jacks on my 12 input sound mixer. So it goes from guitar to guitar amplifier, and in that case I wouldn't need a preamp. I think you do, like, if you're really dedicated, maybe, but I think, like, just to get a guitar sound out, I'm not sure if you need a preamp there, but maybe you do. I think maybe you do. How do you hook, and here's the thing though, maybe we'll just do guitar at one at a time, and then we'll do voice one at a time. You know what I mean? That's recording. That's true recording. But we have a preamp. It's fine. We don't need two yet, from what I understand. How do you hook a preamp up to a guitar and sound mixer? To hook up a preamp to a guitar and mixer, first connect the guitar to the preamp instrument. Hold on. Now, wait. Here's a follow-up question. How do you hook a guitar and an amp speaker up to a mixer? How do you hook a guitar and guitar amp speaker to a mixer? Most guitar amps have an XLR or 1/4 inch jack output connector. Got it. See, that's what I said. And in that case, you wouldn't technically need a preamp. Okay, I get it now. The preamp is the guitar amplifier of a microphone. I get it. So the way you're a guitarist, when I was in a band, we'd walk around with my guitar and my guitar amplifier. I get it. That's fine. So I'm right. I don't need one. So what it is the preamp is just a guitar amplifier for a microphone. Like, the way a guitarist walks around with a guitar and a guitar amplifier speaker, he walks around with it and plays. A singer or vocalist with a microphone, they have their microphone, but where's their amplifier? That's what the preamp is. It's a guitar amplifier for a microphone. If a microphone needed a microphone amp, that's what a preamp is. It's a microphone amplifier. If the guitar so I bought a guitar with a guitar amplifier speaker. They say guitar amps are like, they're speakers with amplifiers in them. Oh, look, dude. The image on Google of the example has my exact soundboard. Oh, no, it doesn't. It has the 10. But it's the Yamaha. It does have my soundboard. That's my brand, and that's the type. But it's just, mine's a little different. Mine's better. Mine's more expensive than the example. But it's the same brand and same type. And I bought a pedal power supply that has like a daisy chain of 9-volt power adapter. So I can put my pedals together. I'm gonna have wah and then distortion, and then we'll add to the chain. But right now, the distortion pedal and the guitars are coming today, shipped to my door, and the wah pedal's already here. But all right, I guess without further ado, I'll start to. We have the microphone set up. I guess let me take a look at the instructions. If there's a setup, turning it on for the first time, here it is. Getting sound to the speakers using the built-in effects. Quick start guide. Main features. Table of contents. There's a quick start guide with 5 steps. There's a setup section. There's controllers and connectors. Troubleshooting. Appendix. Precautions. So, quick start. Page 9. Right here. Main features. D, pre, and high quality operational amplifiers. Mono input channels are equipped with D-PRE. Class A discrete microphone preamplifiers. Oh. So I don't think we needed a preamp, but you know what? We have one. I don't care if we have preamps or not. I have one too. If we need to hook a microphone up to the guitar amp, we have a preamp for it. Actually, I don't even think we need that. I don't know why. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. If we have a different computer and we're streaming somewhere else, I will use that preamp because we have 2 microphones now. That's what we could do a podcast. It's rude not to have 2 equal microphones, but if we had to get someone in here, you could be on that microphone that I'm using now, and then I could be on that one. They'll both plug into the same sound mixer, and we can mix our knobs. I'll bet that sound mixer is so good that if you plug the $400 mic in, and you plug the $50 mic in, even though I paid $100 for that because of the mixer, I think you can get that for $50. And that one's $400. Excuse me. I paid $400 for that microphone, and then hours later it dropped to $350 in a sale on Amazon, and I didn't fuss. They got me. But accessories. Please check that these are included in your mixing. I don't even care. It's a great story. That I bought the $400 version and then they dropped the price immediately after I bought it. Like they wanted me to send it back, and I'm like, no, I don't care what happens. I need this microphone. Even if you're gonna fool around with the price in my face. Quick start guide. We'll begin this guide by connecting a pair of speakers and generating some stereo output. Ooh, we're not ready for that yet. We are not ready for that. Note that the operations and procedures will vary somewhat. Ooh. Anyway, I think these are the instructions for whether you have the USB feature or not. I believe that because I paid extra for this built-in sound effects, and then I paid even extra for the USB to computer, I'm pretty sure we could just USB to computer. I need to find a cord though. I bought a cord with gold-plated Amazon Basics USB 2.0. It's coming here. 17 feet was the longest they did. It's on the way here. It's going to be here today. It's not here yet. So... I think I'm gonna go steal the printer cable. You know what I mean? I could take a skim through our USBs, but I might go grab the printer cable. One is on the way though. I bought every cable and every pick, every guitar type of pick, and every type of drumstick that they sell. They sell these like whisk drumsticks too, and like bundle of sticks, drumsticks. I wonder what word for those are called. Oh yeah, front panel. A setup example: 3 microphones, 1 acoustic guitar, 1 bass guitar, 1 electric guitar, 2 microphones. The synthesizers have like their. That's interesting. Synthesizer, yeah. 1/4 inch to 1/4 inch with the synthesizer. Those other things, oh yeah, right. So the inputs can fit 1/4 inch or XLR in the same jack. I got it now. I was wondering about that, and it's confirmed, yeah. Right, and then the synthesizer would go in the 1/4 jacks only or whatnot. I see. I think I get it. Powered speakers. Okay, yeah, the auxiliary 1, 2, 3, 4 out. And those aren't monitors, right? Oh, here's a monitor out, left and right. Powered speakers. Wow. Powered speakers for musician monitoring. Powered speakers for main. Ah. So your main show goes out of the XLRs on the top right, stereo out. And then you also have monitor out, or auxiliary 1 to 4 for musician monitoring. And then there's group out. Yeah. And then there's headphones jack. Oh, foot switch. Yamaha foot switch. Oh, the sound effects models. Yes. Got it. The foot switch. Yamaha FC5. Hold on. We got an accessory that I have to buy. We don't need the foot switch yet. We'll get it another day. We've already spent enough. Anything we add on after this, unless we absolutely necessity need it, we're gonna get it later after we pay it all off. We didn't pay anything off yet. We have all this stuff, we didn't pay for it. But we'll pay, when we pay for it, we'll get the rest of this stuff. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, the pedal. Where is it? It's the Yamaha FC5. How much is it? $5? We're buying it. 15 bucks. Huh. DJ mixer DVD player for voice. That's pretty cool. Power amp and speakers. Oh wow, group out. Yeah. Powered speakers, power amp and speakers. Okay, so I'm just looking at the different ways. Like if you have powered speakers, they go in the top right XLR. if you have speakers that go from a power amplifier to the speakers, then you would put them into group out. I'm buying the pedal right now. It's cheap enough. If it's like the price of a hamburger, if I went to McDonald's right now and picked up a hamburger, that's about how much we'd pay. It's like, sure, I'll go get you a hamburger. If a friend came up to me and was like, can you drive to McDonald's and get a hamburger right now? I'd be like, fine. We spent a lot of money this month, but fine. I'll take the pedal. Give me the pedal. Everything else we have. Yeah. That's awesome. I did it. The guitars are actually, we have all the guitars in the examples too. It's amazing. They have a lot more microphones. They have 5 microphones on their setup and a drum kit. Oh, right, because the drum kit has 3 microphones on it. I see what that is. Yeah, the drum kit is in number 1. Oh, the drum kit is in number 1, 2, and 3 on their example. And so the drum kit would have like 3 microphones like that, yeah. And then 2 vocal microphones. Yeah. Huh. It's the synthesizer. It's interesting how the synthesizer keyboard piano, that just goes 1/4 jack into the 1/4 jacks. I don't know. I don't know why. It just does. Oh, because it's left and right? There's mono, and then there's L and R. And then there's line and unbalanced. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll understand why that is. Portable audio player. That's what this is. I listen to gentle whispering ASMR every night when I go to bed on this with my headphones all night. All night she whispers in my ear. And I bought another one of these because they're so good. And apparently you can hook it into like, you can put whatever music you want on it, right? Like from whatever I got. And then you plug it into your mixer, and that's where this plugs in. So that's why I bought this. It's like a tiny little media player. If I get a girlfriend someday, and I have a girlfriend, and then she's like, "Will you play my favorite mix?" I'm like, "Sure, baby. Put your card in here." And then I'd plug this into the audio mixer, and we could get some music out of it. It's a weird jack, though. It's the weirdest jack I've ever seen. Actually, you're gonna have to wait to see, baby. You're gonna have to wait to see if I figure this out, because it's a weird jack. We don't have that, yeah. That's a patch cord. All right, if I've ever seen one. Okay, so there is a patch cord. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Audio mixer patch. Yeah, XLR cable to patch cable. No. There's patch cable to... No. Yeah, there's patch cables, but I'm not into it. I don't need them. Whatever they're talking about, I don't need it. I just know it. I don't even know what that is. just gonna save that for later. I don't want it. Whatever it is, I don't want it. I'll look at it. No, let me take a look. What the hell are they talking about? What the hell are you guys talking about over here? I can't wait for the guitars to get here. So fun. There might be a fight. That's how fun it's gonna be when the guitars get here. There might be a physical fight. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, those are audio cables. Okay. I see him. I see him there. It's a little intimidating. I don't really know exactly what the hell that is, but I don't know exactly what I'm looking at, but there it is. What happened to the instructions? Oh, getting sound to the speaker. Quick start. Preparing the power supply. Make sure that the power switch of the unit is set in the O position. The circle position. Yep. Connect the socket of the included power cord to the AC in jack on the rear. Plug the cord securely into a power outlet. Making connections. Turn all the faders and gain knobs completely down. Connect the microphones, instruments, and or speakers you intend to use. Oh. Make sure, hold on. Turn all the faders and gain knobs completely down. Faders and gain knobs. So here's the gain knobs, all completely down. I just touched the knob for the first time. And then the faders. Okay, so the gain knobs are there. Does it say gain? Yeah, it does say gain. And then the faders are down here. Oh, see, some of the faders were a little bit up. That's why you see in the movies, people move the faders. Because they're like turning things. Because when you turn it on, they're supposed to be all down. I got it. Connect the microphones, instruments, and or speakers you intend to use. For details on making connections, set up examples, yeah, I get it. Setup 3. Powering up the system. To prevent an unwanted burst of noise from the speakers, power up the devices in the following order. Peripheral devices, instruments, mixing console, power amps, or powered speakers. Yeah. Reverse this order when turning the power off. Warning. Be sure to turn the power on and off in order given in step 3 above every time you use the mixer. Failure to do so may result in loud noise bursts that can damage your equipment, your ears, or both. Notice if you are using condenser microphones that require phantom power, turn the mixer's phantom 48 plus 48V switch on before turning on the power to the power amps or powered speakers. See page 17 for details. Also, read the details about the Phantom Plus 48 volt switch on page 17 before turning the switch on. Hey, we gained viewers. That's impossible. I thought we were gonna have negative viewers after that. Anyway, I spent $400 on this sound mixer, and I spent $400 on that microphone. And we have the Stratocaster lead guitar and a bass guitar and a guitar amp speaker being shipped to the door today. So I will be playing distortion guitar today, by the end of today. I can almost guarantee you that I will get some distortion guitar played. This is the pedal power supply. That's a lot. That's a lot of reading, understanding, and comprehension. I have to read this. By the time I read it and understand it, I think the other cord will get here. Let me see if I can steal the cord. I have to read about what these things even are. I don't even know what they are. That's been a problem. I'm putting this like there. No, I'm just getting out of here. So preamp is like a guitar amp for your microphone. I get it. What else? What else? What was I gonna do? I'm glad we got different types of chords, so I can tell. You know, I can test them against Amazon Basic chords. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Oh, I have to check if I have any USB 2.0s. And I think I do. I'm going to rummage through boxes just for a second. Okay, so let's work backwards from we're using the microphone and the sound mixer on the stream. Even though the USB 2.0 is arriving here yet, I think I may have one somewhere. Oh wow, we got some. Oh wow, I didn't know about the Scarlet. Thanks for telling us that. We have a lot of nice we have a lot of nice comments coming in through the audio. Okay, so I basically have to figure out everything. What is the, this is the page. What is the Phantom plus 48 volt? From what I heard, this is my guess, it's the difference between a condenser or a dynamic. Hold on. The two types of microphone. Dynamic and condenser. Apparently, When you're using a condenser or a dynamic, that's when you're using the Phantom plus 48V. Yeah, this says, if you're using a condenser microphone that require the phantom power, turn the mixer. Okay. So the question is, does the Shure SM7B, does the Shure SHURE SM, which stands for Shure microphone, 7B, that's how many times it took to get it right, cardioid dynamic. So it's a dynamic cardioid microphone. Does it require Phantom plus 48V? Does the Shure SM7B require phantom power? No. The Shure, I'm going to write that in pencil. I'm going to write that in pencil right here. Just when you thought I was only read, it was read only. It says, unless the AI is hallucinating on me, or if it was actually a person behind there getting paid less than minimum wage to trick me. The Shure Shure SM7B does not require phantom power. I'll forget. Even if I should know that, I am telling you I will forget eventually. I'll forget I even wrote it on here to go read it. But if we find ourselves looking at the instructions, it does not need phantom power. Check that off the list. If you're using a condenser microphone that requires... Okay, yeah, and that's why I have a dynamic cardioid microphone. Right, and dynamic means tailored to specific, you know, requirements. Or a dynamic approach to psychology is like custom. It's another way of saying like a custom made, you know, this is all custom made interior in this, you know, Corvette or something. Alright, so I'm not using a condenser microphone. And a condenser microphone, it's condensed. I get it. That's the microphone you stand on stage. They do sell a condenser microphone. What I have is a cardioid dynamic gold. I know that the diaphragm is made of gold metal. As in gold metal. That's why it's $400. It's $400 of gold and then technology. Be sure to turn the power on/off. Oh, I was going to say, that's why, when I was trying to describe, that's why the best microphone is really just a mentality. That's what I was saying. Because everyone everywhere is trying to steal the gold out of your microphone. They're going through reasons and ways that they can take the gold out of your microphone. And that's when it takes the legendary vocal microphone people at Shure to be like, we are sure that there's gold in here. When you buy a Shure microphone, you are sure that there's going to be some gold inside there, not somebody put something else in there this time. That's how I interpret it. Warning, be sure to turn the power on/off in the order given in step 3 above every time you use the mixer. This is the most important. This is the utmost important thing. Failure to do so may result in damage equipment. I don't care about loud noises, but damage equipment, loud noise that damage things, not good. I think it's really output. I don't think it could damage the microphone, but I think they're talking about blowing your speakers out. But let me read how to. This is beyond memorizing. I need to understand what they're talking about. And to prevent, we've already turned the gain knobs and the faders down. And you connect the microphones, instruments, and speakers intended. To prevent an unwanted burst of noise, from the speakers. By the way, the guitar amplifier speaker combo is going to be here. It's being shipped to my door with the guitars today. So the slides and the picks are already here, though. We have a brass slide, a glass slide, and a metal slide. I don't know. Apparently, metal slide is different from brass metal slide. That's nice. We have the finger picks too, and a bunch of other picks. The djembe drum and the DJ mixer will be here tomorrow. I already forgot what they're called. I want to say the rollers. What are they called? A DJ deck. The jog wheel. So if a record is on the record player, that's a platter. And a jog wheel is what they do scratching and nudging. And it's not physical motor driven, and it's not on a record disc. The jog wheel. Yeah, I have LCD screens on the jog wheels, like a $2,000 DJ deck. Those are coming tomorrow, but today we're going to do distortion guitar on this thing. To prevent an unwanted burst of noise from the speakers, power up the devices in the following order. Peripheral devices. So turn your instrument on, right? This is an electric violin. You turn the knob on the back, there's a little red. So I would turn the instrument on first. And microphones, so I would turn that on. So, instruments and microphones first. Turn them on. And I'm going to turn this off. No, just leave it on for a second. Turn instruments on, then mixing console. And that's the sound mixer. That's that thing. The board behind me. So instruments, then board, then turn the power amps or the powered speakers on. And then reverse this order. So turn your power amps off first, and then your mixing console, and then turn the instruments off. Right, because if you just flip this off first, then there can be a noise that comes through the whole system. And that's why they say reverse the order, which would be turn the power speakers off or the power amps first, and then the mixer, and then the instrument. So you don't want to turn the instruments on and off while they're in the mixer. Right? Is that a rule? Is that a hard and fast rule? Because you would... Now let's go back to the beginning. Power up the device. It goes instrument first, and then mixer, and then power amps. What was that? What did I just say? to turn instruments on, turn mixing console on, turn amps on. And then when you want to stop, instead of just turning your violin off and hearing a noise blast through the sound, you turn the power speakers off / amps, then then turn the mixing console off, and then turn the instrument off. Oh yeah, so the instruments are never off while they're plugged into the console, right? Oh no, while the console is on, the instruments are never off. Is that a rule? I believe that's a hard and fast rule. Because if you turn the instrument on, then you turn the mixer on, the instrument's on the whole time. And then the power amps. Everything's on. And then, when you're done playing, you turn the power amps off, the instruments are still on. And then when you turn the mixing console off, the instruments are still on. Okay, so the word for cheese in Spanish is queso. And the instruments are never off while they're plugged, while the mixer is on. They're never off. The microphone is never off when the mixer is on. Ever. That's pretty good rule too, because it's like, who left the microphone off? You got the mixer guy in and the mixer's on, and it's like, what the fuck? I got it. I can't just read things. I can't just read instructions and be like, okay, I take them face value. I gotta be like understanding sub rules, like sub laws, the laws of physics here, the laws of geometry. The instruments are never off when the mixer is on. And the mixer is never off when the amps are on. That's just another way of saying this, whether turning everything on or turning everything off. The amps... No, the mixer is never off while the amps are on. And that would make sense because it's not making a bunch of noise. Nothing would be controlling it. If the mixer is off and the amps are on, nothing would be controlling shit. If you turn the mixer on while the amps are on, you might get a noise. If you turn the mixer off while the amps are on, you might get a noise. So it's amps and speakers always are first. They're the last thing on is the speakers, and they're the first thing off is the speakers. The mixer is always in the middle. The mixer is always in the middle. And then the instruments... Yeah, the instruments are never off when the mixer is on. And the mixer is never off when the amps are on. The power speaker amps are on. So, the instrument... Yeah, whatever. Somehow the mixing console controls it all from the middle. I was going to make another rule, but I don't know. That's enough. That's enough of that. Okay, so let's read the warnings again. Now that I totally understand everything, read the warnings again. And I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings or bore anyone, but I am demonstrating for people who really fuck everything up. I only halfway fuck everything up all the time. There are people who can't even do this. I'm just demonstrating for people who aren't even here at this level. So after I've figured out what they mean, now I'm going to read the warning and the notice again. Even though I already fucked off the notice. Warning, be sure to turn the power on/off in the order given in step 3 above every time you use the mixer. Failure to do so may result in damage, noise, ears, and equipment. Notice, if you are using a condenser microphone that requires phantom power, so let's say we have a cheap condenser microphone here that needs phantom. Return the mixer's, I'm going to read this once and forget it. Return the, whether I want to or not, be what it may. turn the mixer's Phantom plus 48V switch on before turning the power to the power amps or powered speakers. Okay, so you need to turn Phantom on before you get the amps and the speakers on. I get it. And that would mean because Phantom plus 48V is an amp, and it needs to be in control or on before everything else, or powered off after things are powered off, I guess. See page 17 for details. Also, read the details on about the switch on page 17 before turning the switch on. 17. We're almost not. We're not even on step 4 yet. Page 17. Let me take a look. If I was a younger man, I wouldn't even look. Yeah, I see. Number 8 here is the Phantom switch. Let me look for it. This is a great time to look for it, physically look for it myself. The Phantom plus 48 volt switch. I'm just going to organically notice it, or not. There it is. There's only one of them, right? Yeah. It's the Phantom. It's a red button right there where the other comp knobs would be above the high, low, and mid controllers. What are those called? I don't even know what they're called. But yeah. So I would push that down and it would stick, and then you push it again to have it not. It says Phantom plus 48V, and there's a red light indicator. It says channel 1 to 7/8 microphone. Okay, so the first one, so channels 1 to 8 are able to Phantom plus 48 volts, and the other ones are just there. Now I'm going to read the thing. Yeah, the top row of white knobs, the last knob under that is the red button of the Phantom plus 48V switch and indicator. This switch toggles Phantom power on and off. Right, Phantom power. Oh, it's a preamp. I get it. That's why it said the preamps on the thing. Right. So we technically didn't need that preamp, I'll bet. But we do have it now. But that's what I mean by, like, there's another scenario some other day where we'll put that preamp onto something else we might need it. I don't know. Like when we have that microphone, I don't even know. I don't know, nor do I care. I want to hear how the everything sounds, and I'm going to learn how to mix and master the sound. It's mixed and mastered by. I'm pretty sure when someone says this song was mixed and mastered by someone, that's what I'm trying to do right now. Oh no, the mastering is in the program I bought, the $200 lifetime license for the program that I bought, which is called Pro Tools. I get it. You master it on a computer mouse on your computer in Pro Tools, which I bought a lifetime license for. That's right. You master it in Pro Tools. You mix it on the sound mixer. And that's why you have multi-track recording. If you need one more statement, that's why you have multi-track recording, because you want to be able to mix and master the instruments the way you want them. It's good to know, though, put all of the gain knobs to 0 and all of the faders to 0 before you turn anything on. I like that. I agree. I think that's so you don't know. They don't need to be. Do you know what? I thought they need to be like that. Because sometimes with like old Nintendo controllers, like a Nintendo 64 controller, if you plug it in and turn it on with, you know, some input, when you let it go, it'll be wrong. It'll be registering wrong in the game after you turn on the system. I thought that's what was going on, but you know what it is? They don't want you to have the volume accidentally at max. Like, it's your fault. That's why they have you put everything to 0, I'll bet. I'll bet it's not because the knobs can't take it or you're gonna mix the machine up. I'll bet that's literally a rule that we think is for the electronics, but it's actually just so you don't blast people's ears out. So you don't lose your job. Or worse, you know, if you blast everyone in the theater, if you blast hundreds of people in the theater, nah. You know, that's why I get it. That's why they're so serious about it. It's not for the mixer's sake. It's for your own good. This switch toggles I'm just going to pretend like I don't know that, though. I'm going to pretend like the machine will be broken if we don't do that. Musicians are famously addicted to drugs and don't know what they're doing. You have to let it. You can't have them follow directions every time, but that's a great I'm still going to try and follow directions because it's a fine idea. This switch toggle, I'll pretend like it would break it if we don't do it. That's how my dad does it. My dad is like, don't touch the monitor screen, you'll break it. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I get it, but nobody could break a monitor screen just by touching it. This switch toggles phantom power on and off. But there's a happy equilibrium. There's a medium between those two notions of whether you can touch the monitor or not, whether it'll break or not. This switch, and the father and son have to figure that out personally themselves. This switch toggles phantom power on and off. Turn this switch on to supply DC, direct current, not alternating, plus 48 volts to the XLR input jacks. I got it. The input jacks. It's juicing the microphones. In other words, it's preamping the mics that are input into the jacks. XLR. The indicator lights. I think that's why it was 1 to 11 or 12. It says 1 to 11 or 12 on here. I don't know. The other one might be different. I think it's literally because it just powers the X. I think that's because the phantom power feature, that's the word I was looking for. The phantom power feature, it only powers XLR jacks. I get it. I think that's why. The indicator lights when this switch is on. The indicator lights up when this switch is on. Turn this switch on when using one or more phantom-powered condenser microphones. Using one or more phantom-powered. Phantom-powered. Right, phantom. And that's why it's called phantom-powered, because you're not using a preamp. It's a soundboard where you don't need the preamps. We didn't really need to buy one, but I'm still gonna see what we got. maybe we'll try it without one. We're gonna try. At first, we're gonna get the best quality we can. Then after that, we're gonna try a few things, and we'll see what that does. Whether it even does anything or matters. But we'll see. I don't know what we're gonna find. I have no idea what's gonna happen. I have fucking almost no clue what's gonna work and what's not gonna work. I just know that because we paid for that much gold inside of that microphone, that mixer has to have the answer. Unless it's broken. It's not, in other words, if it's not right, because of the amount of money we paid on that microphone and that gold and this soundboard, all the money, if the sound isn't right, it's got to be me. That's why I paid the money. The reason we paid a lot of money for that, and I paid a lot of money for that, is because now I can truly believe that it's my fault when we don't get the sound right. And then I'm going to have to be on those knobs. And then it's me on the knobs. And moving chords around. There could be chord interference, anything. I'm going to learn it. I'm not just going to figure it out for myself. I'm sort of going to learn this and be like a sound guy as well. Not so I get hired as a sound guy, so that I can figure out my own sound system and be a master of my world, you know? Okay. Notice, be sure to leave this switch off. I know we're going to have other microphones. I already know we're going to have other microphones other than that, so that's why I'm figuring this Phantom plus 48 volt DC stuff. Just so it's familiar. Just so the next time, oh great, I thought number 8 and number 9 were the same. Just so it's familiar the next time I read it when we actually do buy one. But I get it now. The drum set needs 3 microphones. One in the front, one on the side, one on the side. Whether they're, you know, over the snare drum or over the cymbals is sort of, I'll bet it's not as important as front, left, and right. I'll bet. You know, I bet though, I don't know. Fuck betting. I don't know what's going to happen, but microphones. The drums play into microphones like the lead singer. You wouldn't think of it, but it's interesting. I love that. I am going to grab some condenser microphones probably. I'm going to get at least one. This Shure microphone, this Shure cardioid dynamic microphone is a $400 microphone. It's meant to stay over there, and, you know, we're talking about the President of the United States on the radio, on the national radio. You know what I mean? Important stuff. When they announced a politician has been hit, they say, you know what I mean? They say it, Walter Cronkite. Walter Cronkite. JFK, you know, think that. But the condenser microphone is like stand-up comedy. You put it on the microphone stand and it falls over sometimes. You know, like, it's the microphone that, singers on a rock stage sing to, because it has to be condensed. It's smaller, it's condensed down so they can dance on stage with a microphone like Tina Turner's. And apparently when you record a drum set, 5-piece drum set, 7-piece, whatever, it's done with 3 condenser microphones, like a stand-up comedian. So I think I might, when we get that drum set, after we pay everything off, when we get the drum set, we might get some simple condenser microphones, and that's what. Oh, I was gonna say, the Shure condenser microphone is $100. The cardioid dynamic microphone is 400, but the Shure condenser microphone is like 100. So plus some change. So like, I'm gonna get at least one of those if I really like the Shure microphone. If it's whatever, we're probably not gonna get the condenser version. But if I'm really wowed and this is awesome, I think I'm gonna get at least one condenser, and they're cheap. That's next year though. You know what I mean? When we get the drums or something. We're not charging admission. I want to explain to people we're not charging admission. We're not going to open a shop up. It is the Ingot House, but it's as private, even though I'm telling everyone about it and we're watching me in my house, it's still as private and exclusive as ever. Although maybe it is public and no one knows about it. There's no difference between totally public and nobody knows, or completely private and secret and nobody knows. But I'm trying to explain to you how the goal is not to be on stage and do a tour around the nation. The goal is to give a speech like FDR from the Fireside Chat. During the 1920s, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the President of the United States, he would give the Fireside Chat on the radio. TV wasn't even invented, and it was brand new, and it was weird. It was the first time the president ever talked to the nation. It was fucking weird. It'd be like if QAnon did a show and bought a new microphone, you know, because that's who I am, and that's is what happened. We're not going on tour. We're not gonna go be Cyndi Lauper. We're not gonna go be, you know, the Grateful Dead. We can be, if that's where we end up. That could be, but in no way is that what the plan is. It's so easy to get caught up in the rock star. While you're doing the sound system stuff, it's so easy to get caught up in the rock star mentality of we're going on tour, we're gonna be on stage. You know what I mean? Don't even. I'm not even remotely close to that. All of this is built around a plan of still never leaving the house. But like a drum set, you know, friends come over. They don't need to bring their drums. If we're doing guitar over here and drugs, you might as well bring your drums. You might as well bring it. You know, you might as well come over and do the drums. You don't have to bring your drums. I've got drums. Yeah, because you have to do drugs to get the music out. It's not that you're doing drugs and then the music and the band is a front and an excuse to do the drugs. The band and the song and the creativity is first and foremost, and the drugs are an absolute necessity that you cannot skip or avoid at all. You have to. In other words, if you're just playing music in your basement, everyone's going to get bored. But if everyone is on drugs, you're going to play you're going to play all night. And and the recording tomorrow is going to be, you know, in the Garden of Eden, you know, or, you know, This Is the End by the Doors, you know. This Is the End by the Doors is a perfect example of a song that the band took drugs one night and doesn't remember what happened, and then they turn on the recording equipment the next day and go, what the fuck? It's a masterpiece. You know, it's a fucking masterpiece, dude. Ride the highway, baby. You know what I mean? He's just going off on drugs. I don't even do drugs. I just know that as I get older and we're coming close to death from old age, we're going to need to increase whatever's going on. And play music. And play music through it. And record. The best part is we record it. I don't want to go on tour. If we record the Grateful Dead, if we're the next Grateful Dead and I'm the next Jerry Garcia instead of the author of QAnon, then I couldn't imagine myself going on tour and being on stage. I'm telling you, I want to explain to people that after the Charlie Kirk incident, there's in no way in my head do I have an idea we're going to be on stage someday. Or, you know, going on tour, a 50-state tour around the country. I think it's over for everyone. It doesn't matter who you are. That's not real anymore. But what is real is like creating Nightmares 3, the video game, in your basement, or creating, you know, Schedule 1 by yourself and skipping the game industry, you know, like. But like, I'm telling you, the first video game I make is gonna have distortion guitar in it. I don't know how we're gonna incorporate. It might be faintly playing in the distance, but I sort of like distortion guitar, and I've always liked it, and I've always wanted to play some. But the video game creating thing is 100%. And I got news for you. Making your own music is like the only way to go. Now I've got the keyboard over there, and I actually want a better synthesizer. At the end of this whole musician madness, I want to get a better chair and a better synthesizer after we're done buying the xylophone and the accordion and stuff. And the guiro. We gotta pay for everything first, though. We're done buying this. We have everything we need for distortion guitar, wah-wah guitar, and perfect vocals. Because of the podcast and the live show and the stream, you know, we do have perfect vocals secured. And like I said, a microphone is just a disc of gold. It's a disc of gold metal, like this ring. And that's what you're paying for with the $400, is that you're sure the gold is inside. That's why it's called Shure. In other words, people aren't going to necessarily melt down every piece of gold they ever find in a microphone. It's like the police trying to test every bit of drugs they've ever confiscated. But what's interesting about these top brands is they're definitely putting the gold in your microphone. It didn't go anywhere. There's not a worker at the Shure microphone plant like putting in a brass one every once in a while, or a little bit of brass in there or something. You're paying for the gold to be there. That's what you're paying for. And why do we need a microphone? To hear me cough after hitting the bong, right? Yeah, no. It's good. I should have... This bong, you know what it is? This bong slide is harsh. I should have gotten a new slide in. I don't believe in Cancer. I don't believe it. Just like I don't believe in Pisces, or I don't believe in Aquarius, or I don't believe in Capricorn. I do believe in poisoning people, though. They talk about cancer on the radio and on the in the media so much, but they never talk about poisoning. Notice it. Everybody mysteriously gets cancer from nowhere, but they don't tell you Johnson and Johnson is poisoning people with their talcum powder, you know, because it has asbestos in it. So we say cancer, but you really mean you were poisoned by a chemical from a company. You're really talking about a poisoning. That's why I'm not afraid of cancer. I don't believe in cancer. But, you know, we'll all probably be poisoned someday. Right? More or less. If we aren't already. So just decrease your poison intake. Why are you so afraid? You shouldn't be afraid of cancer. Cool it with the poisoning. You know? You know what they cure cancer with? Poison. Like pure 100% poison. They put it in your body. I think they'll look back and see us as Nazis. I think they'll see the medical malpractice like that the same way they were throwing bodies into furnaces. So I'll never be impressed by a cancer story. I'm not even afraid in a little, not the slightest little bit. Not it. I don't think about it. It doesn't affect me. It's like being afraid of Capricorn. You know, you're really afraid of what are the other ones? Pisces. You got a bad case of Aquarius. Your doctor comes in and he goes, "You have, you know, Capricorn. You got a bad case of Pisces and what are they? The astrology signs. You got the worst case of Sagittarius anyone's ever seen under the stars. How afraid would you be if I said you've come down with a bad case of Libra? You know, you've got Scorpio. You've got more Scorpio in your body than anyone's ever seen. Would you be immediately afraid? Would you be scared? No. You would be like, I don't have Scorpio. No, I don't have Scorpio. I don't have Aries. I don't have Gemini. No one told me I have cancer. I'm saying every time I hear about cancer, it's like somebody going, oh man, he's coming down with a bad case of Pisces. I'm going, you guys are slaughtering each other out there with information. That's all I that's all I really have to say about it all is you're these zodiac sign, zodiac symbol motherfuckers trying to get into science. That's how I see Cancer and Aries and Sagittarius and Scorpio and Capricorn and Pisces. I'm not afraid of any of them, and nor should you be. That's why they named Cancer as such. If you look through the literature and the human history, why do they call it cancer? It's called carcinoma, but still, isn't that cancer? Smart scientists who knew they were going to try and kill everyone, they were like, don't give it a legitimate name. What's a video game like that? But Bust a Move versus Bust a Groove. I don't know. But like, it was like when Kingdom Hearts should have been Final Fantasy X, but Kingdom Hearts was originally Final Fantasy X, but they sold Final Fantasy X after they made it to Disney and they put Mickey in it and they kept Sora the original character. That's why he's there and unexplainably, mysteriously. It's sort of like that. If you're feeling like you're being poisoned, though, don't take any more. A lot of the bad poisonings are people taking a medication that they know is hurting themselves, but someone like their doctor's taking them to tell them to still do it. A lot of times with a lot of poison, you'll feel something and you'll go, we gotta change what hot dogs are buying or something, you know? I never eat hot dogs. I could do one hot dog a year and you're gonna have a stomach ache, you know? Yeah. If you catch Sagittarius early enough, then you won't turn into a Scorpio and a Capricorn. Do you see? Let it sink in. Eventually, if you still don't agree with me, let it sink in, and you'll get it. You'll be like, motherfucking Pisces. You're afraid of Pisces. You're not afraid of Pisces. You're not afraid of Gemini. I guarantee you're not really, truly afraid. Dying, everyone is truly afraid to die. Cancer is a way we talk about people's death. In a way, it's called a euphemism. Yeah. Scorpio. If your doctor looked you in the eye and goes, you have Scorpio, you would hit the bong and be like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Again, nobody's ever told me I have cancer. I know it because I've heard this and I'm a psychologist. And I finally figured out. The moon landing was fake too. We didn't land on the moon. People walk around like cancer is real and that we took a fucking dirt bike on the moon. You know what I mean? Like, we took a buggy on the moon, but it's funnier if it's like a dirt bike. You know, they did a little bit of motocross up there, and then they decided to never go back ever again out of just the blue. You know? Yeah, they set up golf. They got their golf clubs out. They're fucking, you know what I mean? Cancer is not dangerous. Cancer isn't even real. Nobody took their golf clubs to the moon. I've got bad news for you. No one has ever brought golf clubs to the moon. You're an idiot. That's what it is. If you could go to the moon, yes, you could easily take golf clubs. Check and mate. Ain't nobody ever fucking been to the moon. I guarantee you. It was a convenient lie. Hitting a golf club on the moon is a convenient lie. Isn't it? Yeah. Like if I could fly through a bonfire with wings of wax that didn't melt, then technically I could fly through the sun, through the center of the sun in our solar system. It's like, yeah, if we could land on the moon, you could bring your golf clubs and hit a few. But you can't. No one can. Right? Idiots. They're gonna. It's just gonna look. I'm gonna look so smart. Looking, and when everyone is looking back on this, I'm just gonna look super smart, and everyone else who doesn't get it, you're gonna look like cavemen. Cavemen. Not dumb. You're a caveman who was raised in a cave of rock in a mountain. I love it. Double, triple, quadruple down. There, until we get one more person on the moon, we never went. No one has ever gone there. And then you think, oh, it's a big secret. People are on the moon now, and it's a secret. That's another convenient lie. I'm telling you, like the evidence for God. I'm telling you, until they go back to the moon, you should treat it as such that it has never occurred. That is the wisest point of view. You could change your whole entire world. You can change your whole entire life if you start from admitting that everyone who believes the moon has landed totally wrong. By the way, in Zelda Majora's Mask, the moon lands on the surface of Earth. That's why I didn't correct myself there. Because it is literally in Majora's Mask, Zelda, the land, the moon lands on Earth. Because, and like we said, I don't know if you know this, but I've said this before. The original Zelda Majora's Mask was supposed to end the end of the video game on the moon. You were supposed to bounce around and be on the moon. It was supposed to be realistic, and you go there. When the Japanese game developers researched the physics of the moon and going to it, they realized the entire program was faked. And when they made the video, but they still made the Zelda video game, and that's what Majora's Mask is. That's why the moon crashes into the earth at the end. It has a face on it, and it's all about the fake, and that's why the end boss of the bad guys at the end of the game, he's like moonwalking backwards, and it's really funny because like you're supposed to moonwalk with Zelda and Link on the moon, but they didn't. It's fake. It's just a moonwalking boss of the bad guys at the end. We should play it. I have my Nintendo 64 with my thing. We could put it on there and play it. I have to do this controller thing. Alright, I'm going to look for my USB 2. I'm going to look for my USB 2.0 cord in the USB cord location, which is a box over there surrounded by 10 other boxes that we can't get to easily. But I do have a new, I know I don't have a long one that's gold plated inside, and that's what I bought from Amazon Basics, and it was cheap for gold plating. But that's arriving today. That's why it's sort of like the longer we take. Let me check when they're gonna arrive. Ridiculous. Yeah, we don't know when, but arriving today. Yep, the guitars are arriving today. It's a Fender bass guitar, a Fender Stratocaster guitar, a Fender guitar amp. So we got a regular guitar, bass guitar amp, 20G, distortion pedal, and then drum pad, the MVAV wireless MIDI control pads, 16 drum pad, 8 assignable knob, note repeat, full level buttons, rechargeable. That's if we don't like the drum that I got. We do have a djembe drum here, $212 for a 24-inch tall djembe drum, which I've always wanted. You don't understand that since I was like since the 1990s, I've always wanted a djembe drum. And we bought one. The mallets, they're all these different type of a felt timpani mallet, a rubber mallet, a marimba mallet, a 5A drumstick. There are these brushes, they're drum brushes, drumsticks, you know, yeah. All the different types of drumstick that they have on Earth. I don't think you're supposed to play the djembe drum with sticks, but there's no rules in drumming, especially when we're doing a soundtrack to a video game. We're not trying to produce an album to sell at Virgin Records and we're going to tour, you know, the country and do 50 states on stage. I'm trying to make like a weird experimental film, experimental music composition video game that no one's ever seen before. So like when I get a djembe drum and we're going to use the brush drumsticks on it, just relax, okay? We're getting a sound out of this thing. You know? We're not trying to be Nirvana, the next Nirvana out here. Even though we could be. Even though that was our band in high school. You know? And we're getting the band back together as far as I'm concerned. And this time the band doesn't need to bring their drums here and their guitars here. They can just show up and I have the fucking band together. You know how, like, when I start Final Fantasy Tactics and we're level 1 and we're going to put in 200 hours into that video game, I feel daunted the first day. The first hours of the first day, whenever we create that new game, I'm daunted. That's how I feel about this soundboard. This soundboard behind me, I'm looking at it on the screen here, and I am just fully daunted. Like, I don't even want to select new game play, you know, like, I'm avoiding it. As Trinity says, it took me 15 minutes, 20 minutes to lace up one bootstrap, you know, like, I'm just sitting here like, I don't know if I can do this, you know, right, he says better late than never, man, there's no better time than now. We need it all here. I'm sitting here just like looking at the mixer like afraid to plug it in, basically. But we have to go find a chord anyway. I didn't buy speakers. Notice one thing. I didn't buy speakers or computer speakers. And there's a good reason for that. Because This is a silent violin. We can play we can play this thing like crazy, and no one in the house is really disturbed. Same thing with the guitars. Same thing with the electric guitars. You know what I mean? Like, speakers, we don't need to blast speakers down here. That we will figure out speakers when it's time. I don't necessarily need them. But I did buy the guitar amp. The guitar amp is a legit Fender guitar amp. Put the guitar through it, put the sound through it. It should be a speaker. I don't think it's just like a guitar speaker. I think it's a speaker, more or less. We can speak out of that. But I do have really old computer speakers. But I didn't fit it into the budget this time. Speakers, in other words, speakers is the last thing I'm worried about. The sound coming out into the basement here is the last thing we need. It's literally the last thing we need on the list. So, eventually we'll figure out some speakers. But, I am glad the guitar amp is coming here. So, if we need to play something out of a speaker, the guitar amp is being shipped to my door today. So, and I'm very happy about that. And I can't believe we got the DJ mix. We got the DJ deck. We got the DJ sound deck. With the joggers, with the two joggers on this DJ sound deck that have the joggers have LCD screens on the joggers. So they only do that on like $2,000 DJ decks. So I got a really nice looking deck. You know, as much as I can use it is going to be basic, beginner stuff. But it looks like $2,000. And it is, it's the platinum version of the number 2. So it is a nice version. And the important thing with the DJ is that you look cool. So if everyone gets the number 2 DJ deck, it looks basic compared to mine because I got the platinum version for $150 extra or whatever. Let me look at it. Yeah, no, mine's $300. There's a version of this DJ mixer that's number 2 on Amazon. It's $100, but the platinum version is $300, and it looks like it's $2,000. Okay, that's what's up. So like, I'm actually glad that we got the one that looks really expensive. Whether I can use it or not is unimportant. I want it to sit next to that board and look better than it sounds. But like I said, you have to be, in order to be a good DJ, you have to be smart enough to say, oh, this number 2 DJ deck, that's actually not number 2 because it's number 2. It's number 2 because the smart DJs who are worth anything, they get the platinum version for $300. You see that box they checked there? And look how fucking cool this thing looks. That's why it's number 2. But that allows DJs to be cool. Because if every DJ had the cool one, there would be no cool DJs. You have to be cool. You have to be cool enough and have extra money. You have to have the extra money to be that cool. It's exactly like when I bought this gold ring. We didn't get it the exact size of my finger. It's one size bigger than my finger. You pay more, you buy more gold, you pay more for it to wear it longer. I can wear it for longer. I can look cooler for longer with more. Not enough. Not we got enough gold and that's the right size. More. As a DJ, you want a deck that looks $300 cooler than everyone else's basic deck that they get on Amazon. So I'm actually really excited for the DJ deck that I got. Because I don't know how to use it. I don't know how to use it. I'm probably not going to use it. I want it there in case I find out I'm a prodigy out of nowhere. We'll have it. You know, I'll try my hand at it. You know, like when you're in the Olympics, you know, try your hand at shot put. If you're a discus guy, you know, at least try your hand at it. You know, I could be an amazing shot put guy. I could be an amazing hammer throw guy and not know it, too. You know, like I could be an amazing DJ scratcher. Whatever happens, though, I want the one that looks cool, no matter if I am or not. And that's what we got. I'm so glad because I tried to buy the one without the LCD screens on the joggers, and they wouldn't ship it here. And I actually feel like they were looking out for me. Like, they were like, get the one that looks $2,000. Trust us. It's the platinum. No one even knows it exists. They're all buying the regular version. Get the platinum. Yeah, it's extra money, but look at it. It looks $2,000. There's no other ones that have that. Unless you're doing thousands of dollars. I'm afraid to learn it, but the thing is, I've got so much free time. We're just going to eventually learn it. We're going to eventually learn what we have to learn, and that's what we're going to do. There's no rush. We're going to have exposure to this sort of stuff every day. Taking time allows me to think. I've thought about that 8 times now, whether it should be over there. You know, like, as I sit here hitting the bong, I'm thinking about it 9 times now. Like, I'm thinking about the ideas, and then we're going to do them. It looks an awful lot like sitting around wasting time. Holy shit, does it look a lot like wasting time. Watching my own stream is helping because I don't even have to look back there and look at the inventory. I can just see. Yeah, we got the mixer. We got the... I'm so afraid. We have to do it though. After this bonging, we have to do it. We have to start plugging things in. Oh, I gotta go find my USB. As a weed smoker, it might look strange, but just let me smoke weed until I'm ready to go. You know what I mean? Don't try and fight it. In fact, I'm gonna put a stake in. What time is it? It's 8 a.m.? Oh my god, it's 8 o'clock in the fucking morning? Holy fuck. Time flew by. Time flew the fuck by tonight. That's good because we're waiting for the guitars to get here, but I can't believe it's 8 o'clock in the morning already. There it is. It's like the Stratocaster guitar of microphones. There it is. But like if the Stratocaster needed some serious gold in it, because I'm pretty sure there's a fairly good sized gold disc in there. Double check that. I'm pretty sure if you look it up or ask somebody, there's not as much gold in the disc as I'm telling you. But I'm telling you right now, with gold on my fingers, there's it's expensive because there's got to be gold, a lot of gold in there. That's what. They don't want people to know how much gold is in there because people would just be lifting like carburetors, like the way they walk away with the platinum in your carburetor in your car, and only the carburetor. People will just be lifting microphones from people left and right when they leave the room. When they leave for the weekend, the microphones will be all gone. I don't think they want you to know that there's gold in there, but there is. Especially the Cardioid Dynamic legendary vocal microphone, a highly versatile microphone with a selectable frequency response for unrivaled audio production in close proximity vocal applications. And there's real gold in here. The guy and our janitor didn't steal the gold out of the microphones last night. We assure you, the gold is not stolen out of your microphone in the middle of the night. They'll find any way to take gold. Anyone. Anytime anyone who has gold, that someone will find a way to take some out of the microphone. The fucking lawyers will come in and be like, we have a legal document here that says we need to take out like 10% of this gold in this microphone. Yeah, did you see the price of gold? We're coming down on it. The CEO agrees, the board of directors agree. We're coming down on the gold in the microphones again. And one person with sanity is like, we're actually going to put legit gold in the microphones and sell them. What do you want to call it? We are sure there's gold in this microphone. Why don't you just call it Shure microphones for short? Plus, we don't want people to know there's gold in these things. There's that much gold in them. You're buying gold when you buy these best microphones. It's not that they found the microphone technology that works for you. There's like Long John Silver and fucking Davy Jones Locker in there. So it's just like when I bought these gold rings. It's like, we got the gold, you know? Now it's all me on the soundboard. Now it's all my fault. Oh great, now it's all my fault. And all my fart on the sound mixer, you know? If we don't get the sound right on the microphone. I'm sure the type of chords we got, the variety of chords we got, and the quality of the premium brands we got, the only way we're going to get fuzz out of this microphone is me on the mixer knobs. I'm sure of it. I'm so sure of it. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of how sure of myself I am that I cannot be sure of myself at all on the knobs on the mixer. It's got to be easier than you think it is. The thing is with these soundboards is you pay for what you get. You pay for the amount of gold and copper in that box, that little cup of a microphone, you know, you pay for how much gold you put in, and you pay for how much copper and whatever else they need. And then it's plug and play, really. It's like, that's what you pay for. It feels like I need to turn every knob on that thing to turn it on. And I have to be that smart. But it's not with these audio things. It's literally like the hard part is deciding what you're gonna buy. And that's why it's so easy to fuck people up on microphones and fuck them up on sound mixers and DJ things. Because the hard part of sound equipment is knowing what you need and buying what you need to know. That's why when I bought this stuff, I stopped playing Halo on Legendary, and I decided in the middle of playing Halo on Legendary while I was doing really good and progressing far, I said, no, not one step further. We're going to go buy these microphones. And I had to learn everything and then research it and then buy it on camera because I couldn't do it alone. You need a moment of clarity to come to your senses and go, we're not getting a DJ deck without LCD screens and graphics on the joggers like the $2,000 machines. Yeah. It's like we got a $2,000 machine for $300 new. And it's highly rated on Amazon. And no one else has it. Because people with higher budgets who need the screens, they're paying $2,000 somewhere else. And then everybody else just getting number 2 on Amazon, they're getting the basic version with no screens. Yeah, the basic $100 version of the number 2 on Amazon DJ mixer, that's got no LCD screens on the joggers. You have to go click down to the platinum edition of the DJ deck, and then you pay $300, which is $200 extra. You need $200 extra dollars. But what's interesting is it looks exactly like a $2,000 machine, and maybe is more or less. You know, if you're a beginner like me, it's the same thing. That's the thing, is like an advanced, super advanced guy will tell. But beginner like me, I'm on the same thing as that guy, that other DJ, the best DJs. And I think that's why they made it. I want the thing. If you think I like these monitors, I want that thing behind me on that fucking. In fact, we might keep the mixer up there. I thought the mixer was going to be there. We actually might keep the mixer behind me like that. Yeah. But it's so interesting. It's so compelling how instead the way we got the band, you know why I'm miffed? You know why I'm so interested in this? Is because the way we got the band back together. And the band's not even back together. The band doesn't even know I'm getting all this stuff to get back together. But this is how the band is getting back together. I thought it would be I reconnect with my old friends. If the band ever got back together, I thought it would be we reconnect with my old friends, we do drugs, and then we say, hey, we should play music because we're so bored. That was the first way we did it in high school, in middle school, especially in middle school. But I thought that would happen again, and it happened the same way, and that failed. Do you know what happened now? I became a computer genius. I build my own computers that work perfectly. The thing you need for a sound mixer is a computer that works, and a knowledge of computers. So I would if you asked me back in high school or middle school, I would consider that working backwards from getting the band back together. So we got the computers first, then we needed the microphones, and we got the microphone with. Then we needed the sound mixer. Then, after all that, I was like, hey, if we just had my old friends here and the guitars, we have the band back together, and we have a sound system like never before, ever. So like, I just find it so interesting that we got how we got the band back together is completely backwards from how we tried to build it last time. The last time we had the band together in high school, we were friends first. Then we were bored and we were like, let's play instruments in a band. And then, we had the band together. And then it was like, here's your amp, and here's this guitar, or whatnot. And that was the end point. And then we should have had a bigger budget, but we didn't. Now, I'm a computer genius. And I require a computer that functions. And I run the show. Forget about me being a computer genius if you don't like it. But it's true, but we have the computer in a show. I'm a guy who runs a live show on my computer every day. Which means I need a computer that works. Absolute necessity at this point. And I have that, and I've learned the knowledge, and I've built it. I've built a few of them. That's what's cool too, is that each of the band members can have their own computer if we do this. But what I realize is that from the power of the computer, it's from the power of the internet, as Boogie says. It's from the power of the computer and the knowledge of the computer. I needed a microphone. Eventually, I got the computer so good and the video game so good here on the computer that I was like, we need a microphone because we're doing a show. Then it was like, wait a minute, if we have to have a sound mixer for the microphone, that means we could put a guitar in after all that stuff. We could just get a few guitars and plug them into this thing. The whole thing's done. We work backwards to get the band back together, and the band back together. Call the band, they're back together. We got the band back together backwards. I mean, I don't expect everyone to come back and we're going to all have the same people. It'd be nice. We could do that if we want to. But I'm saying, like, more or less, we could just start a band back. But here's the thing. Like I said, the band is actually the last thing I'm worried about. I need to do the show, the microphone, record speeches as a journalist, maybe do clips of the live show. I want to make a video game, and we have to record a soundtrack, and we have to do voiceovers in the video game, and voice acting in the video game. We're gonna mix and master that. I just bought Pro Tools, a lifetime license to the sound program on this software computer, Pro Tools. That means we can basically do all the soundtrack and all the sound effects for a video game now through this mixer, through this microphone, and then the instruments. We got the band back together because I just had the instruments. I wanted to do crazy distortion on the guitar and stuff. No, we could practice. Put the headphones on, you could practice. That's why we have the mixer. Have you seen me play the piano? Oh yeah, we haven't seen me really play piano. Oh no, we did. We saw me play some piano, but we didn't see me improvise jazz piano. which is my favorite, and I can go for hours, you know. But the guitar, what's interesting is we could just get the band back together if I get the drums. And not my band, we could have any band down here. This is the Ingot House. This is like a bar. Technically, these copper bars right here are technically make it a bar, right? They're copper. You just put a few in a row on your table and slide a Coke can like this across it, and it's technically legally a bar, no matter what anyone says. Here's the point. Now we could host Nirvana. Now someday, if we ever have guests to the Ingot House, we could host a band. Not a touring band and they're doing, whatever. I mean like a futuristic, nobody has a job anymore and nobody looks up from their phones anymore, and like physical music will be more important. You know how your job is really important, and if you're a bus driver, they treat you like a bus driver, and if you're a CEO of, I don't know, Theranos, they put you in jail or something, or if you're Bernie Madoff, you run away with everyone's money. You know how, like, your job means everything. I think in the near future maybe, but it'd be less what's your job and more how is your sound mixer at home during your live stream, and what kind of sound are you getting out of these microphones and the instruments. That's why I'm doing this. I'm not trying to pretend to be cool, or I'm doing this to be cool. This is like what we're doing now instead of going to work. Yeah. You know what's the best part about how I got the band back together? It was not my idea. I was literally doing a nice thing for you guys as the audience by getting a $400 microphone and getting a $400 sound mixer. I was just doing a nice thing for you, and I realized we had a space for a guitar on this thing. And it's like, we got the band back together out of nowhere. It's not just I'm lonely and my friends should come over. We need to do music for my video game. You guys might get a credit on the video game. It's not just, hey, you want to see Eric? We haven't seen him in a while. It's, hey, he needs a drummer, by the way, and he's making the video game. Let's go. We're going over. Not today, but I'm just saying, like, this show might not just be me forever. Now that we got the band back together, even though they don't know it, you know? Me being a genius really helps. I gotta tell you something. Being a genius is gonna help me put out an album, a music album, or put out an original soundtrack, an OST to a video game that I make. We're gonna do a masterpiece. Whether it is or not, I'm gonna call it a masterpiece. And it just might be, depending on who you ask or what happens, too. They say everyone has one good novel in them, and it's got to be the same for video games. Like, You have enough effort, and one way of saying that everyone has one good novel in them is really saying any person really has about as much effort in them for one book per lifetime, and then everyone who writes more books than that is an author. But like, there was an author who said, I think it was Hemingway, right? He said every single person has one good novel in them. And I think he didn't mean your story, like you have one good story in your life. I think he meant any person really has just about as much effort to put out one book once. And they're like, I hated that and I'll never do it again. I fucking hated it and the book sucks. But like, you can get one book made per lifetime at least. And I'm pretty sure same with video games. Like, and that's why I'm like on the soundboard, on the goddamn microphones. We're not going into the studio and recording and hiring a dude. I'm gonna make a fucking video game, you know? And we're gonna need a band maybe during the credits. That's his own band, you know. The guy who made this video game, not only did he do the music on the distortion, and I love doing drugs on this video game and in the video game. His band plays the credits. Oh, that's who that is? They're going nuts, you know, on the distortion. Whatever. My best friend, my very best friend ever, was like, "Do you have do you have guitars?" I think he might have wanted to pawn the guitar, but I think if we come over, we'll play it. I don't think he will pawn it if we come over and play it. If I don't let him leave with the guitar, when he comes over to visit, maybe, I think we're actually going to play the guitar together like an old band. He was the band leader in high school. And he was the lead singer and lead guitarist. My very best friend in high school, so. He did ask, do we have a guitar? Now, is he doing well enough to come over and play? I don't know. I hope so. Does he think I'm doing well enough to come over and play? Probably not. You know, do people who watch this show think I'm doing well enough? Probably not. We have a lot of people who hate me, waiting for me to die who watch the show. No, just kidding. They're waiting for me to freak out from loneliness. Most of the viewers who watch this show, I don't think they're true fans. I think they're waiting for the big freak out one day. Just because they're so bored. But it's not me. It's never gonna be me. But like, I like the way the soundboard looks. I like yeah. I like it. It's not keep trucking. It's not keep trying. I'm already thinking of ideas for the video game. You know what's interesting? Once we get the band back together, I bet you anything I'm going to start thinking of ideas for the soundtrack of the video game. And that's how we're really going to get the video game made. Is we're like going to make the soundtrack first, like Fantasia. Like the way they recorded and made the Disney movie Fantasia, they animated to the music after the fact. We might make this game soundtrack first. Because it would naturally follow. We already got the band back together from playing the computer and needing a microphone, so I guess we should make the soundtrack to the... I'm almost 100% sure that we're going to make this soundtrack first and then make the video game to the soundtrack. And no one's going to believe it. I'm going to do it so... I'm gonna do everything so well. When people say, like in Fantasia, they say, you know, they made the music and then they did the animation to the music, they'll be like, no way. No, he didn't make the soundtrack first and then make the video game. That's how you'll know it's good, is if nobody believes it. We have a good amount of comments today, good amount of viewers. Yeah, taking our time today, telling a lot of stories, making a lot of plans. I'm learning how to turn on the system and turn off the system. Instruments first. Everybody's instruments on. Now I'm going to turn everyone's instruments on. Now I'm going to turn on the mixer. Okay? Mixer's on. Now I'm going to turn on the amplifier. Powered speakers. We play, we're sweating. You know, everyone's tired, we're going home. Okay, let me turn off the amps. We're done. That's it, guys. I'm turning the amps off. So this means that I have to turn the amps off. Like, and we're not going to hear any more guitar. My very best friend, he'll play guitar until it's too late. You know what I mean? Like, you have to turn his knob off. And so that means that I love that, how we have to turn the amplifier and the speakers off first. Turn them off on him. And he goes, oh, come on, dude. I was just getting going, you know. And then I turn the mixer off. And then I say, okay, and then I turn my friend's guitar off, and my guitar. You know, like, and then we turn the instruments off. Because he's already out to get a cigarette, you know. He means it too. He's not even just joking around. He actually means that he was just getting going right there. Every time. From what I remember, you know. And then if drums shows up, the nicest kid I ever met, the nicest person I ever met, our drummer. Probably objectively the nicest person I've ever met in public school, our drummer. Strict when he needed to be about touching his drums and other things. But, gotta be the nicest person I ever met in school. We were worried about him. That's how nice he was. We're worried about him. You know? Good martial artist, though. Just like my father. Okay. Way stronger than me, physiologically, just like my father. If he shows up, or we get a new drummer, then I have to have these microphones into DC plus 48 volts. And then we'd have to turn on the Phantom switch plus 48 volt before the amps. And then when we're done playing, we turn the amps off, and then the Phantom plus 48B, and then the mixer. Just saying. Hey, by the way, while we're here, line in USB, switch XU models, which means effects and USB. That's what X and U stand for. Switches the audio source input on channel 1920 USB in, channel 1516 USB, channel 1112 USB in, between the line stereo input jack and the USB jack. Switches the audio source input between the line stereo input jack and the USB 2.0 jack. Note, the volume input from computers through USB 2.0 jack can be adjusted by attenuator function. Please see attenuator function on 28. I might as well just go there right now. I don't even know how we... I just happened to see the next step and get into it. But attenuator function. USB block. Wow, this is a whole thing about the USB. Connect to a computer via USB cable. That's what I'm supposed to go get right now out of the box. You know what? This is a great page to be on before I go grab that. Connects to a computer via a USB cable. The signal from the stereo LR left and right buses is output to the computer. Yeah, a bus is a wire on a circuit board, from what I understand. So like a wire or a cord goes to that monitor or like flaps around. Apparently a bus is like a wire that's on your circuit board. That's why circuit boards have those wires, lines on them. I'm pretty sure those are buses. It's a bus. It's not a one single car lane. The idea is like there's a bus of information. A whole bus of them. A whole busload of information goes through. It's got to be thick enough. There's a reason it's called that. The signal from the stereo, which means left and right buses, is output to the computer. This signal is not affected by the stereo master fader. That's interesting, the master fader. The stereo master fader is at the bottom, right? The faders are those lines at the bottom. There should be a master fader. Stereo. The master fader is this red. So the stereo master fader is this. And the USB in the back, the signal that comes out of this is unaffected by the stereo master fader. In other words, the signal just comes out of the back of this and goes to the computer. The stereo master fader, it does nothing. Because the signal is just coming out of here and going in there. That's what they're telling me. When they say, what's going out from there into the computer, this has nothing to do with it anymore. It's just straight from there to the computer. That's how I interpret what they're saying. I'm gonna go grab some chips. Break time. Grab some chips, 5 hours in. We got nothing done. I love me. But I have to mentally prepare. The reason any of this is here is because I sat here smoking weed and thought about it for a long time. I was thinking. I wasn't so bored that I stopped figuring it out. We were high, and we got as high as we needed to not be bored while we figured everything out. That's how some of the best music ever made was done. On drugs. And they had so much drugs and so much free time. They were like, we're just gonna figure this out eventually. And they sat around and people left their live stream because they weren't moving fast enough. The band manager would be so mad at me right now. You know, he would just be like, what the fuck are you guys doing down there? And it's like, dude, it's the creative process. What's nice about the Ingot House down here in my show is we got none of that. We've got all the technology that you would mix and master the thing on. We got none of the problems and the time schedule. And the criticisms, none of it. This is the last time we're gonna hear the creaky door too close to the microphone. Maybe not the last time. I don't know if we're gonna get that right. 10 minutes on the clock. Ten minutes on the clock. Alright, I know what to do. I know what to do. This is gonna be so stupid. This is gonna be so stupid. But it's gonna be sort of funny. I know what to do. There. Now it looks even cooler because we can see this stuff. Alright, hold on a second. This Shure thing and this Shure thing. Here it is. There. Okay. Where's the other Shure thing? Is it this Shure thing and this Shure thing? Oh, this Shure thing. Okay. Okay. Got it. Yeah. They are very Asian. The box is Chinese for sure. It's the only Chinese microphone you can get where they don't steal the gold out of it. Something like that. It's something like that. That's what it actually is. Okay. There you go. These are the guitar slides. Right. I want to try these. I'm going to leave this open because it's cramped in there. I've never seen these guitar, like finger picks for the guitar. Oh wow, that's so curious. How many picks? Slides and picks. It smells interesting. Yeah, different colored picks. Very good. Excellent. Plectrum. And then these slides are going to be cool. When you get 39 years old like me, you're on the slide guitar. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit. You know? When you're a video gamer like me, you learn slide guitar because you're not trying to hurt your fingers. Something like that. I've got glass slide, metal slide, and brass. I don't even really believe this is brass. That whole thing is brass? Kidding me. Okay. This plugs into the back. Now I'll let the power cord sort of stretch out around this, like that. So snake around here. And put it like that. Yeah. Sort of stretch out. These are done. This is guitar pedal stuff. Guitar pedal stuff. Guitar picks. slide stuff. We need like a box for guitar stuff, don't we? Yep. I think I know where that box is. Yeah, it's over there. There's a lot of boxes around here, but it's a special day when I'm like, we're gonna dedicate a new box to something. This is the box for the band. This is the band box, where it's got basically everything for the band, getting the band back together. Oh, put the foot pedal in there. This is the Crybaby wah pedal, and I want that to be in the band box. The band box. The rock band box. I love how they're called bands. I love how somewhere there's a musician who's telling his band how the word, exactly how the word for band also means permanently no longer welcome or unsafe for the masses. Like the word for musical band is also the word for permanently banned from like invitation wise. It's really interesting. It's really interesting stuff. Alright, these are just boxes now. They're just, I guess this is band, more band stuff, huh? The microphone is technically for the band. Technically. It had to be something. Here's this thing. I'm just gonna plug this in. At this point, oh yeah, they said when you turn the mixer on. So apparently we don't have to do a first boot. It's not like a computer where you have to boot it up for the first time and enter a password. Not yet, at least. You know? So that's why we bought this. That's why this is the best. It's a GLS audio 1/4 audio jack. That's why this is the best one on Amazon. It's braided because it's angled like that. And the reason it's angled like that is because it goes right here. So you're not sticking up. And it's a 20-foot cord. It's a 20-foot cord so I can go anywhere. Now I'm hooked into the mixer. And these are the cheapest headphones. They're foldable. They're foldable. Like this. They don't need to be, but they are. They're the cheapest headphones I could find that still had 2 jacks because of your headphones. Your headphones, when we listen to things, like when you listen to Dark Side of the Moon, the majority of people are like kids who listen to Dark Side of the Moon when it was released, and like they listen to it on terrible headphones. So even the mix and the master process can involve a very simple set of headphones. And you go, what are people hearing? That's what monitors are supposed to be. What are the people hearing? I know what I'm hearing and what we got on my computer, because I got nice equipment. What are these other dudes hearing? that's sort of these. And you can hang them right here. You know what's nice about these tables? You can literally hang your headphones under the table of your mixer. And you don't kick the table over because the legs of the table are at an X, so you can kick your feet by and you won't kick the table over, but you can hang your headphones right there in the middle. And that's where I hang these headphones. That's where all these headphones are hung from. Too. So it's not like a cheap looking TV dinner table. It's actually an ingenious, brilliant, utilitarian masterpiece. Because of how cheap it is, you know, and effective. That soundboard is $400. And that microphone is $400. And, I'm so glad we did it. A lot of times I'm going, what the fuck did I do when we do this? This is the most I'm so glad we did it I've ever been. Because we got the band back together by accident. In fixing a computer problem, we got my whole band back together. Which doesn't mean we have to tour the country 50 states or even be a band. I could play each instrument by myself now if no one ever wants to come back. You know? Alright, I'm gonna go put this steak in. I think we're ready. Because I forgot to do the timer. Where'd the thing go? Yeah, I forgot to do the timer. USB Rec L, USB Rec R, USB audio controller, USB ATT, USB Play L, USB Play R, USB ATT. I don't necessarily understand the schematic. USB audio controller. USB Rec L, Rec R. Yeah, it's on the MG12XU. Yeah, USB model. I'll read it. I'm gonna go put my food in and cook it. But yeah, slowly and surely. I got the 20-foot cord. We might as well get the 20-foot. I just thought of another thing that we wouldn't have thought of if we had been going at a reasonable pace. At a good pace. I just realized we need to use the longest cords first. I don't know why that is. I know we're going to need to use the longest cords first, and then we go shorter cords. I don't know why. I don't know why. But I just... Because we don't know where the equipment goes yet. So we might as well use the longest cords. I might as well just go get the longest microphone cord and plug it in that microphone and plug it into that mixer. Because the mixer said for the startup there's no first boot, and they said plug in all of your instruments. I'm going up there. Plug in all instruments and microphones, etc. and power them up. So apparently there's a power button on that microphone. Right, and it's on the bottom. That's what you see when you look at the bottom. So once you plug it in and everything's plugged in, which is not even close right now. Once everything's plugged in, then you power the microphone on, and then you power. I don't even remember what we were doing. Oh, so that means, yeah, so that means before we power it on, we have to plug it all in, so we might as well plug it in now, before we know anything. We should just plug it all in. So like dust doesn't get into the thing or whatever. So that we're slowly, and notice, slowly but surely. I'm gonna use and I'm definitely using the longest cord we have to start out. And then we might, if I'm dissatisfied with the sound or something, we might use a shorter chord. Or if the sound is completely the same between chords, then I'll find a better spot and then switch out a longer chord for a shorter chord. But for now, everything's going to be used with the longest chord. I'll be right back for you. Okay, now I have to set the timer. Let me think. How about 10? This soundboard means I have to have responsibility. It means responsibility. I'm responsible for what comes out of this soundboard now. Before it was just all forgivable and unwatchable. However, forgivable. Now I've got all this responsibility. Now I have to do recordings of my family playing the piano and telling their story someday. I'm going to run it all through this soundboard and we'll put it in the National Archives. What else do we have? Oh yeah, like I said, remember when I was like, eventually I have to start plugging things in? This thing. Is this Amazon Basics? I think it is. Hold on. I think it is. Yes it is. This is the Amazon Basics one. What is this? Okay, change in plan. We're gonna use the high quality microphone cables. Instead of the longest cables, like I said, this is also not just the longest cable, it's also the highest quality cable. And I'm changing the policy right now to, we're going to use one of the highest quality cables that we have. We're going to use the highest quality. We have multiple. They come in packs of 2. So we're going to use the highest quality cable that we have, and I still have one. Yeah, it says high quality microphone cable. Cable matters. You'd have to check what type of, it's oxygenless, it's non-oxygen copper. Anyway, so, microphone. I guess this would be microphone in. Yeah. There's stereo out. Oh, that's why we have 2. That's why we have 2 of them, I think. Because we need one for stereo out. Oh no, we don't need stereo out because it's USB. Got it. So line 1. The heck? Oh. Yeah. You have to have the right end if you're plugging things in. You can't use the wrong end. Got it. It's not USB to USB. Okay. Nope. Wait. Nope. There you go. Okay. Let it luff. straighten it out. Straighten it all out. Okay. Here comes the cable. This is the thing that's going to pull the microphone off of the table if we let it. Only if we let it pull the microphone off of the fucking table in a violent, you know, a violent mess. Yeah, this is just pull it off, attach it. I'm pulling something over here. Pull it off, attach it. Pull it off, attach it. Okay. Hold on a second. We gotta do one more thing here. We're gonna plug it in. There's the connection. Then we're gonna come around like this. No. Yeah, like that. And then attach here. And then pull that off. And attach there. Dude, I have no idea if that's gonna work. I've got no clue. Alright. Seems good. Okay. We have to make sure that microphone. There you go. What is this? Cool. Yeah, see, that's connected alright. What is this? What does that do? Okay. Yeah, I think that shores up like that. Okay. Yeah. Oh jeez, I can't even see that. Now let's see it. Flashlight. It says Shure. Oh my gosh, what is that? It's just got these line things on it. What the heck is that? Oh, that's weird. I have no idea if this thing is on or not. No clue. Nothing. watch out over there. Yeah. It's one of those you really gotta watch out things. Fine. What about this one? Okay. Hold on. I gotta go get that steak. That's better. Okay. Ooh! I almost knocked the microphone over. Let's move it back, and when we're really getting some sound out, we'll get some sound out, but right now, I don't want to knock this thing over with my hat on. Minus 900 points for Gryffindor. Because I almost knocked the microphone over day one. 999 points for Gryffindor for almost knocking over the one reason we're even here. Okay, I'm gonna go get the steak. I'm so worried. I shouldn't be worried. I'm not worried at all. The microphone is expensive and the soundboard is expensive. There's nothing to be worried about. me start a timer here. And before I get the USB, we're gonna eat some food, and then I'm gonna fish out the USB. I'm also gonna determine when the other equipment gets here. Gold-plated connectors, 16 feet, not 17. Amazon Basics, USB-A to USB 2.0. I think I just might wait for the fucking thing to get here. I think we're gonna stop the stream. That was an unboxing stream, and I'm gonna calculate and determine when the. Yeah, I'm gonna eat this food off stream. I'm gonna end the stream here. We've streamed 5.5 hours. No one watching anymore. We unboxed them. Next time we're gonna maybe be on them. But I'm gonna wait until our cord gets here, because this cord is gold-plated connectors. I don't want to get the old one out and then with the cruddy connector and then put it in the mixer, because then you have, you know, dust or whatever in there. So if I just wait today until the connector gets here with the gold-plated, yeah, we'll wait until that. We've got everything connected in. Those are the best. Oh, what kind of copper connector is that? It says it's oxygen-free copper, OFC. Oxygen-free copper microphone. Yeah, that's the best, allegedly. Is it? Let me check again. It's got a lot of people. It's got a good amount of people reviewing it. Oxygen-free copper. That's what it is. OFC. Oxygen-free copper. Anyway, so we use gold-plated USB cords and oxygen-free copper cables on the mixer, and only the best number 1/4 inch audio cable. So yeah, I'm gonna go get my food, and I'm gonna go get my food though, because I actually have to go grab that. Whoa! You almost kicked it over. I like how solid it is. I like a solid table that I can't accidentally kick over. That's a good sign. That thing is so cool. end the stream now.